Jadi Sipin itu nggak perlu ditahu.
Tidak hanya cakap dalam bidang akademik, mahasiswa juga dapat mengembangkan potensi diri.
Universitas Negeri Jambi, disingkat Unja,
Kemampuan
adalah
komunikasi,
perguruan tinggi di Negeri Jambi, Indonesia yang berdiri pada 23 Maret 1963. Rektor pada saat ini adalah Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Sutrisno, MSc, PhD. Universitas Negeri Jambi, disingkat Unja, adalah perguruan tinggi di Negeri Jambi, Indonesia yang berdiri pada 23 Maret 1963. Rektor pada saat ini adalah Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Sutrisno, MSc, PhD. Dibantu 4 wakil rektor, Dr. Andes Kamit, MSI, Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik, Insinyur Yusrizal, MSc, PhD, Wakil Rektor Bidang Umum dan Keuangan, Dr. Insinyur Teja Kaswari, MSc, Wakil Rektor Bidang Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni, Profesor Dr. Renat Haji Rayandra Asyar, MSI, Wakil Rektor Bidang Perencanaan, Kerjasama dan Sistem Informasi, Bidang Umum dan Keuangan. Pascasarjana berdiri berdasarkan SK Rektor Universitas Jambi nomor 179/J21/PP/2007 tanggal 25 Juni 2007. Pascasarjana memiliki 2 kampus, yaitu Kampus Selanai beralamat di Jalan H. Amanaf dan Kampus Raden Matahir di Jalan Raden Matahir nomor 16. Direktur Pascasarjana saat ini adalah Profesor Dr. Haji Haryadi, SE, MMS, dan didampingi oleh Wakil Direktur Bidang Kemahasiswaan, yaitu Dr. Sri Rahayu, SE, MSAAK, serta Wakil Direktur Bidang Umum dan Keuangan, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Adriani, MSI. Visi terwujudnya Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi yang unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Definisi operasional visi Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi. Unggul. Parameter Pascasarjana yang unggul adalah publikasi ilmiah bereputasi internasional yang dihasilkan setiap dosen Pascasarjana minimum 1 artikel ilmiah bereputasi internasional, textbook, paten hasil riset, HKI, dan bahan ajar yang dihasilkan oleh dosen dari hasil penelitian serta dosen yang menjadi visiting lecturer dan visiting professor di perguruan tinggi lain. Berkarakter kewirausahaan. Sebagai parameter berkarakter kewirausahaan adalah bisa menghasilkan income generating dari paten dan HKI, mendirikan inkubator-inkubator bisnis, dan 5% lulusan pascasarjana berusaha sesuai dengan bidang keahliannya. Unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat nasional. Parameter unggul di tingkat nasional adalah menjadi rujukan publik dalam bidang reklamasi lahan, biodiversity, Consortium Studies on Smallholder Palm Oil atau CSSPO, dan Watershed Management and Hydropower atau WAHID, serta Badan Restorasi Gambut atau BRG. Unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat internasional. Parameter unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat internasional adalah menghasilkan income generating dari hasil knowledge transfer kepada perusahaan asing. Contoh kerja antara Universitas Jambi dengan negara Jerman melalui CRC atau Collaborative Research Center, Sinsu University, Jepang, dan National University of Singapore atau NUS, serta mendapatkan hibah penelitian dari International Foundation. Misi. Tujuan. Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi terdiri dari 24 program studi, yakni 5 program studi doktor dan 19 program studi magister. Program studi multidisiplin ilmu dikelola langsung oleh Pascasarjana, yaitu 3 program doktor, kependidikan, matematika dan ilmu pengetahuan alam, ilmu pertanian, 4 program magister, ilmu lingkungan, ilmu kependudukan dan ketenagakerjaan, pendidikan ilmu pengetahuan alam, teknologi pendidikan. Sedangkan program studi monodisiplin dikelola oleh masing-masing fakultas. Bidang hukum, 1 prodi doktor ilmu hukum, 2 prodi magister ilmu hukum dan kenotariatan. Bidang ekonomi, 1 prodi doktor ekonomi, 3 prodi magister ilmu ekonomi, ilmu akuntansi dan manajemen. Bidang pendidikan, 7 prodi magister, pendidikan matematika, pendidikan kimia, pendidikan bahasa Inggris, pendidikan bahasa dan sastra Indonesia, pendidikan ekonomi, pendidikan dasar, manajemen pendidikan. Bidang pertanian, 2 program magister, agribisnis dan agroekoteknologi. Bidang peternakan, magister ilmu peternakan. Saat ini Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi sudah terakreditasi A untuk 2 program studi, terakreditasi B untuk program studi lainnya. Bergerak menuju akreditasi A untuk 11 program studi dan menuju akreditasi internasional untuk 4 program studi. Pascasarjana memiliki dosen pengajar yang kredibel di bidangnya, terdiri dari 38 guru besar dan 330 doktor. Dalam menunjang kualitas belajar dan mengajar, Pascasarjana telah memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, di antaranya perpustakaan, laboratorium komputer, aula pertemuan di lantai 4, ruang ujian bersama, ruang diskusi, ruang kelas yang memadai, wifi, dan akan segera dibangun gedung Pascasarjana 8 lantai dan basement di kampus Lanepura melalui dana ADB. Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi dalam pelayanan memiliki sistem yang terintegrasi secara online untuk pelayanan mahasiswa dan alumni, di antaranya e-payment, sistem informasi akademik atau SIAKAD, sistem informasi penerimaan mahasiswa baru, sistem elektronik terintegrasi tugas akhir mahasiswa atau ELISTA, dan tracer studi. Untuk pelayanan aktivitas pembelajaran, di antaranya e-learning. Untuk pelayanan keuangan, di antaranya SIM Kopa, ISPP, SAMPE, Sistem Informasi Monitoring dan Evaluasi atau SIMONEV. Untuk informasi terkait Pascasarjana bisa diakses melalui web Pascasarjana. Untuk informasi terkait perpustakaan, di antaranya digilip-pps.unja.ac.id, repositori Universitas Jambi, dan jurnal online. Untuk informasi kepegawaian dan tenaga pengajar, di antaranya presensi online, sistem informasi kepegawaian atau SIMPEK, sistem informasi sumber daya terintegrasi atau SISTER, dan surat Unja. Penelitian dan pengabdian yang sudah dipatenkan dan siap bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kerjasama MOU dan MOA Pascasarjana dengan pihak lain baik di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi telah meluluskan mahasiswa untuk program studi magister lebih kurang 600 mahasiswa dan doktor lebih kurang 70 mahasiswa per tahun, dan lulusan Pascasarjana sudah bekerja dan ditempatkan di berbagai bidang strategis di Provinsi Jambi maupun provinsi lain.
Saya bersama tim pengelola Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi dengan ini mengucapkan selamat datang dan bergabung sebagai mahasiswa di kampus Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada saudara-saudari yang telah memilih Universitas Jambi sebagai tempat institusi ilmiah yang Anda percayai untuk dapat mengembangkan diri dan menimba ilmu pengetahuan demi masa depan Anda dalam rangka mengabdi kepada bangsa dan negara. Enjoy bersama Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi. Mari bersama Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi kita wujudkan Universitas Jambi yang unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat nasional dan internasional bersama platform Unja Smart.
Dan pada akhirnya dengan semangat dan tekad yang kuat menjadi motivasi untuk terwujudnya Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi yang unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat nasional dan internasional.
Universitas Negeri Jambi, disingkat Unja, adalah perguruan tinggi di negeri Jambi, Indonesia yang berdiri pada 23 Maret 1963. Rektor pada saat ini adalah Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Sutrisno, MSc, PhD. Dibantu 4 wakil rektor, Dr. Andes Kamit, MSI, Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik, Insinyur Yusrizal, MSc, PhD, Wakil Rektor Bidang Umum dan Keuangan, Dr. Insinyur Teja Kaswari, MSc, Wakil Rektor Bidang Kemahasiswaan dan Alumni, Profesor Dr. Renat Haji Rayandra Asyar, MSI, Wakil Rektor Bidang Perencanaan, Kerjasama dan Sistem Informasi. Pascasarjana berdiri berdasarkan SK Rektor Universitas Jambi nomor 179/J21/PP/2007 tanggal 25 Juni 2007. Pascasarjana memiliki 2 kampus, yaitu Kampus Selanai beralamat di Jalan H.A. Manaf dan Kampus Raden Matahir di Jalan Raden Matahir nomor 16. Direktur Pascasarjana saat ini adalah Profesor Dr. Haji Haryadi, SE, MMS, dan didampingi oleh Wakil Direktur Bidang Kemahasiswaan, yaitu Dr. Sri Rahayu, SE, MSAAK, serta Wakil Direktur Bidang Umum dan Keuangan, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Adriani, MSI. Visi: terwujudnya Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi yang unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Definisi operasional visi Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi. Unggul. Parameter Pascasarjana yang unggul adalah publikasi ilmiah bereputasi internasional yang dihasilkan setiap dosen Pascasarjana minimum 1 artikel ilmiah bereputasi internasional, textbook, paten hasil riset, HKI, dan bahan ajar yang dihasilkan oleh dosen dari hasil penelitian serta dosen yang menjadi visiting lecturer dan visiting profesor di perguruan tinggi lain. Berkarakter kewirausahaan. Sebagai parameter berkarakter kewirausahaan adalah bisa menghasilkan income generating dari paten dan HKI, mendirikan inkubator-inkubator bisnis, dan 5% lulusan pascasarjana berusaha sesuai dengan bidang keahliannya. Unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat nasional. Parameter unggul di tingkat nasional adalah menjadi rujukan publik dalam bidang reklamasi lahan, biodiversity, Consortium Studies on Smallholder Palm Oil atau CSSPO, dan Watershed Management and Hydropower atau WAHID, serta Badan Restorasi Gambut atau BRG. Unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat internasional. Parameter unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan di tingkat internasional adalah menghasilkan income generating dari hasil knowledge transfer kepada perusahaan asing. Contoh kerja antara Universitas Jambi dengan negara Jerman melalui CRC atau Collaborative Research Center, Hsinchu University, Jepang, dan National University of Singapore atau NUS, serta mendapatkan hibah penelitian dari International Foundation. Misi. Tujuan. Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi terdiri dari 24 program studi, yakni 5 program studi doktor dan 19 program studi magister. Program studi multidisiplin ilmu dikelola langsung oleh Pascasarjana, yaitu 3 program doktor, kependidikan, matematika dan ilmu pengetahuan alam, ilmu pertanian. 4 program magister, ilmu lingkungan, ilmu kependudukan dan ketenagakerjaan, pendidikan ilmu pengetahuan alam, teknologi pendidikan. Sedangkan program studi monodisiplin dikelola oleh masing-masing fakultas. Bidang hukum, 1 prodi doktor ilmu hukum, 2 prodi magister ilmu hukum dan kenotariatan. Bidang ekonomi, 1 prodi doktor ekonomi, 3 prodi magister, ilmu ekonomi, ilmu akuntansi dan manajemen. Bidang pendidikan, 7 prodi magister, pendidikan matematika, pendidikan kimia, pendidikan bahasa Inggris, pendidikan bahasa dan sastra Indonesia, pendidikan ekonomi, pendidikan dasar, manajemen pendidikan. Bidang pertanian, 2 program magister, agribisnis dan agroekoteknologi. Bidang peternakan, magister ilmu peternakan. Saat ini Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi sudah terakreditasi A untuk 2 program studi, terakreditasi B untuk program studi lainnya. Bergerak menuju akreditasi A untuk 11 program studi dan menuju akreditasi internasional untuk 4 program studi. Pascasarjana memiliki dosen pengajar yang kredibel di bidangnya, terdiri dari 38 guru besar dan 330 doktor. Dalam menunjang kualitas belajar dan mengajar, Pascasarjana telah memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang memadai, di antaranya perpustakaan, laboratorium komputer, aula pertemuan di lantai 4, ruang ujian bersama, ruang diskusi, ruang kelas yang memadai, wifi, dan akan segera dibangun gedung Pascasarjana 8 lantai dan basement di kampus Lanepura melalui dana ADB. Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi dalam pelayanan memiliki sistem yang terintegrasi secara online untuk pelayanan mahasiswa dan alumni, di antaranya e-payment, Sistem Informasi Akademik atau SIAKAD, Sistem Informasi Penerimaan Mahasiswa Baru, Sistem Elektronik Terintegrasi Tugas Akhir Mahasiswa atau ELISTA, dan Tracer Studi. Untuk pelayanan aktivitas pembelajaran, di antaranya e-learning. Untuk pelayanan keuangan, di antaranya SIM-Kopa, ISPP, SAMPE, Sistem Informasi Monitoring dan Evaluasi atau SIMONEV. Untuk informasi terkait Pascasarjana bisa diakses melalui web Pascasarjana. Untuk informasi terkait perpustakaan, di antaranya digilip-pps.unja.ac.id, repositori Universitas Jambi, dan jurnal online. Untuk informasi kepegawaian dan tenaga pengajar, di antaranya presensi online, Sistem Informasi Kepegawaian atau SIMPEK, Sistem Informasi Sumber Daya Terintegrasi atau SISTER, dan Surat Unja. Penelitian dan pengabdian yang sudah dipatenkan dan siap bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kerjasama MOU dan MOA Pascasarjana dengan pihak lain baik di tingkat nasional dan internasional. Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi telah meluluskan mahasiswa untuk program studi magister lebih kurang 600 mahasiswa dan doktor lebih kurang 70 mahasiswa per tahun, dan lulusan Pascasarjana sudah bekerja dan ditempatkan di berbagai bidang strategis di Provinsi Jambi maupun provinsi lain.
Saya bersama tim pengelola Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi dengan ini mengucapkan selamat datang dan bergabung sebagai mahasiswa di kampus Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada saudara-saudari yang telah memilih Universitas Jambi sebagai tempat institusi ilmiah yang Anda percayai untuk dapat mengembangkan diri dan menimba ilmu pengetahuan demi masa depan Anda dalam rangka mengabdi kepada bangsa dan negara. Enjoy bersama Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi. Mari bersama Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi kita wujudkan Universitas Jambi yang unggul dan berkarakter kewirausahaan.
Minta kapal. Sampai dah. Sudah nyampe deh.
Melatih tumbuh melata, saya memerbah di pohon cemara. Assalamualaikum mulanya kata, saya sembah pembuka bicara. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second USIC International Conference held in SWISS-BEL Hotel, Jambi, 25th until 26th of October 2023.
Inilah pembukaan hari kedua The Second USIC International Conference dengan tema Kualitas Sumber Daya Manusia dan Pengembangan Karakter dalam mempersiapkan Asia sebagai pusat pertumbuhan di dunia. Saya Rizky.
Dan saya Raisma. We are so grateful to meet you all in the second day of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand together as we sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
You are welcome to this session.
Hadirin dimohon duduk kembali.
Opening prayer led by Bapak Jafar SP.
Pembacaan doa yang dipimpin oleh Bapak Jafar SP. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang berada di dalam ruangan yang dalam posisi kegiatan Zoom meeting. Marilah kita bersama-sama memohon kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala untuk kelancaran kegiatan kita hari ini, dan izinkanlah saya membantu dengan tata cara Islam bagi Bapak Ibu yang berkeyakinan lain dengan saya. Kami persilakan menggunakan tata cara yang sendiri. A'udzubillahiminasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afimahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, atas kuasa-Mu hari ini kami dapat melanjutkan acara USIC yang semoga kegiatan ini menjadi amal jariah kami di masa yang akan datang. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan, ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami memohon dan munajat kepadamu. Anugerahkanlah kebersamaan untuk kami, persatukanlah hati kami dan tunjukkanlah jalan keselamatan bagi kami. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallahu minkum inna wa minkum taqabbal ya karim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to our discussion session. We will be presenting the CV of the moderator of the session.
Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, kita akan memulai sesi keynote speaker pada hari ini. Kami akan menampilkan CV moderator kita pada layar yang tersedia. Pada sesi panel pertama ini kita mengundang Bapak Associate Professor Muhammad Haris Effendi, SPD, MSc, PhD untuk dapat hadir ke atas tempat.
Ladies and gentlemen, Muhammad Haris Effendi Hasibuan, SPD, MSI, PhD, Bapak Associate Professor Muhammad Haris Effendi Hasibuan. He is an Associate Professor in Chemistry Education Program, a Secretary in Doctoral Program of Maths and Science Education. He is also an editor in prominent journals in both national and global scope. He got his PhD in Queensland University, and his publication includes the inquiry-based teaching instruction in Indonesian secondary education, what makes science teacher successful in an field to published in Journal of Turkish Science Education, and promoting Indonesian students' argumentation skills in chemistry, a comparative effect of 3 cooperative learning strategies published in Journal of Physics. For Bapak Associate Professor Muhammad Haris Effendi Hasibuan, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the time that's given for me. First of all, I want to say thank you to the committee of this conference who has given me a big remarkable part of this Professor Dr. Damris, who will deliver his topic about global warming. But before starting this conference, I would like to say Alhamdulillah, thank you to Allah. All praises to Allah who has given us health, strength, and opportunity so we can attend this conference. Salam and salam will always be delivered to beloved Rasulullah SAW. I also would like to greet the respected Chairman of Forum Pimpinan Pasca, Bapak Profesor Dr. Hidayat, but unfortunately he is not with us because he is going with the tour of this conference. I also would like to read for Bapak Professor Dr. Haryadi, our respected Director of Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi. And I also would like to greet Bapak Dr. Ruben Witabu. Are you there, sir? Bapak Dr. Ruben Witabu is the Dean of Faculty of Education in the Core Gateway University, Philippines.
Yes, I'm
Hello.
here. Thank you. Thank you. Salamat
Hello,
datang.
Bapak Dr. Ruben. Are you still there? Are you
Yes,
there?
yeah, can you hear
Hello?
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, yes, I'm here. And salamat datang, and to all the participants. Good morning to all the participants, especially to the keynote speakers. And I just want also to say hi to my president, to the president of the Core Gateway College, President Dr. Danilo S. Vargas, and also the participants from the different faculty of the Core Gate College, especially from the College of Education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're happy to have you here, sir. Okay, I also want to say hi to all the participants in the online meeting. How many people are there right now? Oh, that's okay. That's good. There are 80 participants, right? Yeah, there are participants. Can I see them? Okay. I believe that all the participants are from different countries, right? From Indonesia, from Malaysia, and from the Philippines. Okay. Without further ado, I will read the guideline of the panel session. This panel session will be run in 3 parts. The first part is the presentation from Professor Damris for about 40 minutes maximum. And then we are going to have a discussion, question and answer for about 15 minutes. And then we will wrap it up by making some conclusion. Okay, and then right now I welcome Professor Damris as our keynote speaker for today. Please give a big applause for Professor Damris. I invite you to come to the stage, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell a bit about Professor Damris. Professor Damris finished and completed his bachelor in chemistry in 1919 from the Faculty of Chemistry in the University of Jambi, and then he completed his master degree in analytical chemistry from the Salford University, UK. Is that right, Rob? Salford University in UK in 1997. Yeah. Yeah. And then he also completed his PhD degree from the Wollongong University in Australia in 2004 in the environmental analytic chemistry. He has been rewarded many research grants from international and national funds. He also have published many articles in the reputable journals. He also has been teaching many subjects in chemistry and education chemistry until now. And then he also has supervised many PhD students in Indonesia. If you want to know more about Professor Damris, you can see the Global Scholar of Professor Damris and also the Scopus ID that we can share later for you all. Okay, I think that's all the speech from me, and then we will wait for the Professor Damris to prepare everything to deliver his presentation. Professor Damres is doing something, please be patient. We need to wait for him a bit. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I forget to greet to Dr. Danilo S. Vargas, the President for Gateway College in Philippines. Are you there, Dr. Vargas? Hello, Dr. Vargas. Are you there already?
Yes, sir. Hi, present, sir. Present.
Oh, yeah, there you are. How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Okay. And you will be the yeah. We have already got your CV, and I will tell the audience about your CV a bit. Yeah, and also want to thank you that you already attend this conference since yesterday, but maybe the moderator forgot to say hello to you. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
Okay, can you make it bigger? I cannot read the CV of Dr. Danilo Vargas because it is still small. Can you make it bigger? Okay, as Professor David is here, maybe I can tell the audience about the CV of Dr. Daniel Vargas later. Is it okay, sir? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor Damlis here. He is ready to present his presentation about global warming. Global warming is an interesting topic that people curious about until now. And Professor Damlis, as an environmental analyst, chemistry analyst, he has been conducting many studies and research about the role of analytical chemistry in overcoming the global warming, which is increasing day by day. Okay, without further ado, I give Professor Damlis time. Thank you very much. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone in this room and all the participants online conference, and also to our speaker already online at this time. First of all, I would like to thank to the committee, the second USIC, the international conference,
and also to the Director of Pascasarjana, University of Jambi, and Associate Professor Pak Haris as the moderator for this morning. Okay, I would like to share my talk this morning. It is about the adaptation and mitigation strategy to fight against global warming, the need for new human resources. To start the talk, I would like to give an illustration. Okay, next. I would like to give an illustration. Suppose we are going somewhere, let's say we're going to lake or river, and then we have a boat there, and then we're paddling the boat exactly at the middle of the river or the lakes. Our boat is leaking, for example. So at this situation, the water coming into the boat. So what do we have to do with this situation? In this situation, we have to deal with two things simultaneously. The first, we have to try to overcome the hole. We have plugging the hole. And the second, we have to deal with the water that have already existed in the pool. This illustration actually trying to figure out what happened with global warming. The cause of the water in the boat is because there is a hole on the boat. At the same time, the water that already in the boats might have damaged goods, material in the boat. Therefore, in this situation, we need to deal with the cause of the problem, that is the hole on the boat. And the second is the water existing in the boat. We have to throw it away out of our boat. Okay, next slide. In that situation, we may find three possibilities. The first possibility is that if you do not prepare yourself with that situation, the hole existing, since the hole is still the water coming into the boats. So what happens next? The boat is sinking. Yeah, the boat is sinking because the water coming in the boats is much higher rates compared to water if you have a tool to throw water out of the boats. So the boat is sinking. The second possibility is that if you are well prepared, and the boat and you yourself are well prepared to deal if leaking is happening. So if the tool is there, you have a competencies to deal with that one. So you can plug the hole, so no more water coming in the boat. And then you can also, because there is bucket in the boat, you can also throw away the water from the boat. So you are at safe. The boat is flooding, no sinking. This is the ideal situation we should have. The third possibility is that the hole is still there. You cannot overcome the hole, the water coming in, but you have a big bucket to throw away the water from the boat. So there is balancing the amount of water coming in the boat and the water coming out of the boat. In this situation, the boat is flooding, not sinking. However, the water already in the boat. The third situation actually is quite good to describe what happening to our situation in dealing with global warming. The greenhouse gas that causes of global warming already in our atmosphere. That means we cannot just dealing with the cause of the problem, but we have also to deal with the consequences the greenhouse emission has in our environment.
Okay, next slide, please. So, by using that illustrations, we actually in a rush situation. If we look, our boat still flooding the water in our boat. However, the water is our boat. So on the left, we can see that the cause of the problem is because the hole, your boat is leaking. Water already in the boat. On the right hand side, you can see that the water already in the boats. Maybe some component of boats, such as metal, might be rusting because the water in the boat. And then damaging, if any, good in the boats. Maybe foods, maybe clothes you have there, maybe damaged because of water. And of course, we are uncomfortable with that situation. In this situation, yeah, on the left, we are dealing with the cause of the boat cases. On the right hand side, we have consequences that might happen in the situation. This illustration actually gives a really good example, good illustration when we are dealing with global warming. When we try to overcome the cause of the problem, that means we are dealing with mitigation. If we try to overcome the consequences the situation might have, that means we are using adaptation strategies. So mitigation and adaptation strategies in dealing with global warming have to be used, have to be applied simultaneously. Okay, next, please. Next slide. Okay, and now we go to the topics. Now we go to the topics about the global warming. I think we are quite familiar with the term of global warming because the global warming itself already occurs in our society, in our life. So what is global warming actually? As we can see from the slide, that global warming is the phenomenon that is a gradual increase of temperature near surface of our Earth. So gradual increase of surface temperature of Earth. Gradual, yeah. So if we look at the graph at the middle, there is three gases there. There are three gases there: carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane. Three gases have been identified as a major greenhouse emission in our atmosphere. If we look at the concentration of those gases, three gases, in terms of time, we can see that carbon dioxide concentration in our atmosphere should be about 280 to 190, before the Industrial Revolution. There is no increase significantly of concentration of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere before the Industrial Revolution. The same trend also can be observed for nitrous oxides and also methane. However, 300 years later, the last 200 years, there is a significant increase of concentration of those gases in our atmosphere. If we can see from the graph that carbon dioxide has up to 400 ppm, almost twice of its concentration before Industrial Revolution, and also for other gases. And then the graph on the right, it shows the there is a strong correlation between the near surface Earth surface temperature with the concentration of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. There is strong correlation. So this shows us that the increase of the Earth surface temperature, or what we call global warming, is because of what we call greenhouse gas, particularly carbon dioxide. So there is the cause why global warming is happening. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have seen that from the previous slide that the cause of global warming is greenhouse gas emission concentration has increased already in our atmosphere. And so we try to look where is it come from. So we look at from the economic sector of those cases. We can see that the most significant here, that is the first one is about electricity and heat production, about 25%. And then the second one is agriculture, forestry, and other land uses, about 24%. Transportation, industry, and so on. So the biggest source of greenhouse gas emission is from the electricity and from the land, from agriculture and other land uses, forestry and other land uses. Therefore, if we want to overcome, the cause of greenhouse global warming, we have to reduce this gas from the sources. That means we have to reduce it from the electricity. We have to reduce it from agriculture, forestry, and other lands. We have to reduce the gas from industry and so on. That's the result of greenhouse gases. Okay, next. Next slide. Okay. Okay, and now we look at both sides in this line. On the left of this line, I put the cause of global warming. On the right-hand side is the consequences of global warming. Greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxides, methane, and other gases. The source of those gases has been shown. And then on the right-hand side is what we call consequences of global warming that might have already happened in our community. For example, rising sea level has been identified by many experts as snow and ice cover melting, and also impact on infrastructure, for example, because of acid rains, and also public health, ecosystem changing pattern and frequency of intensity of extreme event of disaster. For example, we may see in research just recently in many countries there is extreme flooding because extreme rains destroying not only infrastructure but also houses, bridges, and many more. That's an example of extreme natural disaster due to the global warming. So if we want to deal with global warming, we have to look at both sides. On the left, the cause, the source of, and the right is the consequences. If we are dealing with the left-hand side, the cause of global warming, that means we are dealing with what we call mitigation. If we are dealing with consequences that are caused by global warming, that means we are doing what we call adaptation. Yeah. Mitigation and adaptation is two separate things. Okay, next slide. Okay, and now we go to what is adaptation, what is mitigation. So what is the definition of adaptation? If you look at this, we can see that adaptation is a process of adjustment to changes in environment. So adaptation is how we adjust ourselves to the change that has been caused by the global warming. What example of changes, for example? Yeah, for example, if because global warming, the temperature of natural surface is quite higher. So we have to look at what kind of food that can resilient to the high temperature, for example, drought, and many more. So in the field of agriculture, we cannot rely on the existing food sources because the environment has already changed. So the experts are required to look at new species of food that resilient on the high temperature, drought, and other environmental issues. So adjustment is not only on our environment, but also all aspects of our life. We need to adjust ourselves, just like we are dealing with COVID-19. Yeah, COVID-19. In situation COVID-19, we change our lifestyle. If you go somewhere, you need to use mask. You are not allowed to sit closely to each other. That's the new situation. And this also, in dealing with global warming, we expert. That's why in the title we need new human resources, because we need to look at what kind of food that can provide feeding for many people in situation where the temperature is high, yeah, disaster is happening, and so on. So we have to change our lifestyle. That means adaptation. We adapt ourselves with a new situation. On the other hand, mitigation is when we are taking action to reduce the severity or intensity of an event. So if we reduce intensity and severity of event, in this case, we reduce greenhouse gas emission from industry, from electricity, from agriculture. That means we're dealing with mitigation. So in this case, mitigation is dealing with the cause of global warming. Adaptation is how we act, or we act or action we taken so that we are adapting with a new situation. That's two both sides have to be taken in action simultaneously. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is an example of mitigation. Is in the slide, can we see that mitigation action to reduce emission that causes climate change or global warming? For example, sustainable transportation. Maybe in our city, in Jambi, all transportation we have, vehicle, motorcycle, or whatever it is, all are maybe still based on fossil fuel, yeah, fossil fuel burning. So directly, when every morning we go to our work, we're contributing to greenhouse gas emission. So we have to change it to electric car, electric vehicle, for example. In this situation, actually, government can imply the regulation that we have to change, we have to transfer our vehicle, our car to electric. Indonesian government has already taken action. Yeah, electrical car has been introduced to our society. And then efficient energy. Of course, there are many means can be used to efficient of energy. And the third is renewable energy. Of course, renewable energy means that we maybe burn, we may use, for example, from solar energy, yeah, water energy, and also many more energy, renewable energy should be explored more rather than fossil-based energy source. On the right-hand side, adaptation extends to manage the risk of climate change impact or impact that may be caused by the global warming or climate change. Road protection, road protection, flood protection. So for example, I just take example in our society, in our city, in Jambi city, for example. There are many places in Jambi city where it is routinely flooding when there is a big or heavy rain. Why? Because the community living there is lying on low surface. So water is just running into that place. So every time, every rain, they have a flood. So in this case, we have to avoid that one. We have to avoid. So we have to apply the restriction where place where place is allowable, where is not allowable because of high risk of flooding, for example. And then this is self-management. There are many countries, in many countries, natural disaster has occurred, including in our country. Yeah, many natural disaster has happening. So we have to strengthen our disaster management capabilities, not only in the city, big city, but also in small city, because disaster could happen anywhere, in the city or in remote area. And then improve infrastructure. What does it mean? So because the heavy rain, heavy precipitation, for example, acid rain, for example, can destroy the building. Therefore, in future, the building should be built that's resistant to, for example, earthquakes and many more. So the infrastructure upgrades should be conducted. So in addition of mitigation and adoption, there is action that can be done. That is in between of those mitigation and adaptation. The first what we call here is education. Educating societies in terms of how they have to act if any natural disaster is happening is important. Providing the societies with knowledge what type of adaptation should be applied and many more. In this case, of course, we need a new human resources because we don't have a lot of human resources in this case. Okay, and then we go to the next slide. Next slide. Okay, and now what type of adaptation strategies we might be applied? And the first one, what we call resilient agricultural system. This is what I have already explained a little bit. Resilient agricultural system, that means we have to find technologies that produce food but resistant to the change of environment, extreme weather, and so on. So a resilient agricultural system can guarantee that the food is available for us. In agricultural system also, there is at the bottom of that, there's biochar application to agricultural to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Reduce greenhouse emission. Okay. In this case, because agricultural is, for example, in Jambi, we have palm oil plantation, for example, sawit. It's about 41% of sawit in Jambi, palm oil in Jambi, belong to smallholder farmer, petani. So that means they don't have capital to adopt what we call high technology. That's why government should provide financial aid to the small farmer. And then land use planning, there is adaptation strategies. So we have to, the government should apply strictly regulations that regulate about where the building can be built and where cannot be built, because the high risk of flooding, for example, high risk of natural disaster, landslide, and so on. So there should be a strict application of regulation. Okay, next slide. Maybe I do not. This one. This is in international community have already talking about what we call solar radiation management. We may never imagine about what is it. Solar radiation management is actually a type of satellites in outer space, but the function is to, then you can see there, to counterpart, to reflect, to reduce the radiation of the sun to the earth. So the SRM, it reflects the radiation of the sun back to the atmosphere, not to the earth. So that by doing so, the expert believe that the earth temperature can be lower in a month. However, the impact of greenhouse gas, the impact of acid rains cannot be overcome, because in this case, just only radiation can be reduced. Okay, next slide. Okay, I think we go to, okay, and now mitigation strategies. Mitigation strategies, as we said, that how to reduce the emission of greenhouse gas emission, reduce greenhouse gas emission. The best one, wetland restoration. As we know that soil, especially in tropical countries, in tropic regions, contains more carbon compared to carbon in our atmosphere and also carbon in above ground biomass. Soil actually store more carbon compared to carbon already in atmosphere and also in biomass. Therefore, restoration of wetland particularly can store more carbon. That means reduce the release of greenhouse gas emission. Okay, next. Mitigation, the second, afforestation. Yeah, as we know, in Jambi province and Indonesia especially, it is estimated about 20 million hectares forest and peatland has been transformed into rubber and palm plantation. This transformation actually had increased the emission of greenhouse gas. So, reforestation, especially for low arable soil, is important to grow up the trees so that it absorb a lot of carbon from atmosphere. Okay, next. Practicing, changing agricultural practices. Currently, we are doing research looking at practices that palm oil farmer doing in the daily life in managing the palm oil plantation. What the finding is that mostly the farmers do not realize that the practice they are daily doing contributing to greenhouse gas emission. They don't realize what, they have no knowledge about that. For example, majority of farmers, when they are dealing with many gulma pohon pengganggu, for example, mereka umumnya menggunakan herbicide, spray herbicide. After the herbicide have been applied, and then the gulma drying, and then they collected it together, and then they burn them up. Mereka bakar semuanya. So what they expect from that? They expect that after burning the gulma, the field, kebun sawitnya menjadi bersih. But they don't realize that by practicing that action, they contribute to greenhouse gas emission, they lose the nutrient for the plant, for the pathway. So the soil becoming not nutritious anymore because of burning of that kind of thing. Okay, maybe we go to the next slide. Next slide. Okay, we just okay. Next lagi. Okay, next lagi. Next. Okay. And then we go to the next, what we call the concept of negative emission. The negative emission means removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere by planting trees as carbon sink or storing carbon dioxide underground or in the sea. What we call technology that has already developed, the one called CCS, CSS, carbon storage, carbon capture storage. So there are many technologies that we can apply by ourselves in our daily life to reduce emission. For example, I have already seen, I have talked before, we can transform our organic waste into what we call biochar. Biochar is transformed. Biochar, by doing the pyrolysis of organic waste, we transform from biomass into more calcium organic material. It will stay in the soil for a long period of time, so reduce the carbon dioxide emission. Okay, next. There is a future negative emission. The first one is a massive increase of the area of land planted with vegetation. Yeah, we have to improve that to make sure the plants increase so the carbon dioxide can be absorbed in quantitative large amount. And second is renewable energy sources. Yeah, of course, right now the government have already tried to do this one, reduce fossil fuel energy sources. The third one is new carbon capture storage. This one might be require high tax, might be costly as well. For us, for developing countries, we may apply simple technology to contribute to reduction of greenhouse gas emission. Okay, next slide. This is why new human resources are required. For example, there are many options actually we can take to reduce the emission and to adapt with the new situation. For example, number one, what are the priorities of adaptation, PS, mitigation? Whether we are dealing with adaptation first or mitigation. We need an expert. We need expert in this case, so they can make an adjustment whether certain adaptation can be adopted by the community or not, and also what kind of mitigation strategy can be applied. New human resources are really required for this one. And many more. Actually, there are many questions asked that needs new human resources to answer that question. By develop human resources in this case, we expect that any natural disaster caused by greenhouse gas emission, global warming, for example, we can tackle, we can adapt quickly, so the impact of global warming to our community, to our environment can be reduced. So, however, even we cannot avoid the natural disaster. However, the risk of the impact can be reduced. Okay, next. Okay, I think that's all for my talk for today. Thank you very much for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amris, for your remarkable presentation. We believe that what you are talking about is very beneficial and useful for knowledge and all people in this room. Okay, right now we are going to discuss something with Professor Damres. If anyone want to ask question, please raise your hand. Or if someone in this room want to ask question, you can say your name and then mention where you are from university and faculty. But first of all, I want to invite some questions from Zoom. Is there any question for Professor Damris? Raise your hand if you want to ask some question. Ada yang mau bertanya di ruangan ini? Ya. 10. Okay. Okay, it's a bit small for me, so I can go to approach the screen. Okay, a question from Mirawati Yanita. Okay, could you give me more elaboration how to adopt sustainable farming practices, especially for smallholder mitigation and adaptation? Which one is the best way to do among them? Okay, that's, I think Miss Mirawati Yanita is the first question. Is there any question? I think that's it for now. Mr. Prof. Damris, can you say? I will repeat for you. The question is, could you give me more elaboration how to adopt sustainable farming practices, especially for smallholder in mitigation and adoption? Which one is the best way to do among them? Kita bisa Prof.
Okay, thank you for the question from Ibu Mirawati. Okay, from Ibu Mirawati, what I understand how to adopt sustainable farming practices, especially for smallholder in mitigation and adaptation. Okay, the first key words for smallholder is they have limited funding. The first one. The second is they also have limited understanding of knowledge about the best practices, what they can do, for the limited budget access, limited also of knowledge about the best practice of farming. So the solution for this kind of problem actually, because the first one is smallholder, that means masyarakat that spread out all over the Jambi province, for example, from Kerinci in the mountain to Tanjung Jabung Barat in the woods. That's a smallholder there. Therefore, we have to look at simple technology, easy to use by the farmer, that can be applied directly by the farmer. We have to look at what kind of technology that can be applied easily by the farmer and don't have high tech. That's a simple technology. In our research recently, we conducted research about the application of biochar to the soil of palm oil plantation in Jambi. We found that by implementing biochar to the soil of palm oil plantation in smallholder, we found that we can reduce, for example, up to 40% of greenhouse gas emission from the soil of palm oil plantation. The farmer can do it. They can make it biochar by using organic waste from the field, and they collected it and they converted a simple technology. They are burning in the soil, and then a biochar produced from that kind of process, and then implemented it to the field. Not just using the emission of greenhouse gas, but also improve the soil fertility. Improve the soil fertility, improve the soil water holding capacity, and improve the nutrient as well. Biochar applied together with fertilizer, it can hold fertilizer more a longer time in the soil, that means reduce the fertilizer use as well, because biochar can act as slow release fertilizer, because it has what we call holding the water, and that's fertilizer dissolved in that, so it can stay for longer time. This also can reduce the release of fertilizer, nitrogen, especially from what we call superficial runoff because of rain. Because biochar is really strong in the environment, so it can hold the fertilizer in there, therefore can reduce the loss of fertilizer because of superficial water. And this, I think, is quite simple, compact technology, easy to apply, and don't have to do in high quantity, but the product can do in the daily life. That's really practical, and so the international body has declared that biochar is one of negative emission technology. Just recently, biochar has been declared, has been agreed that as one example negative emission technology. So if we have, like for example, if we have 100 kilo biomass, dry biomass, and then we convert it into biochar, so that we may have about 30 to 40% of those biomass converted to biochar. If those biomass in its original form, within 2, 3, or 5 years, will be lost because everything has been converted into the gas, greenhouse gas emission. However, 30% or 40% converted to biochar will stay in the soil up to 100 and even 1,000 years because of the high stability of biochar material. That means we reduce the greenhouse gas emission from the converting biomass to the biochar. I think that's as simple. Maybe I don't know exactly the term specifics used for agriculture, but I think that this idea play what smallholder farmer can do to contribute to the reduction of greenhouse emission from agriculture. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. From Miss, I cannot remember that. Sorry. Okay. Miss Mirnawati, are you there? Is there any reply from you?
Yes, thank you very much for the answer. I think it's enough.
Miss Mirawati?
Thanks.
Are you in the Zoom now?
Thanks a lot. Yes, it's okay. Thanks a lot for the answer.
Mirawati Yunita. Yeah, is there any reply or maybe a response from for the Professor Damri's answer?
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's enough. Thank you.
Satisfied enough for the response? Halo, Ibu Mirawati? Okay, I think that's enough. Yeah. Okay, maybe we can go to the next question from Maris Peganayo. I think this is from Philippines. Yeah, okay, we are happy to have a question from Philippines. In the absence of government support, how can rural farmers who lack resources put these adaptations and mitigations into practice? It is not enough to just educate them. I replied, I think it is not enough to just educate them because though they don't want to do it, they have no choice. What can you say this, sir? Okay, let me start from Maria. Maris Begano.
Okay, thank you from Maris Begano for your question. I agree with you that we cannot expect the governments with lack of resources to implement such kind of mitigation or adaptation strategies, contributing for reduction, contributing for mitigation of greenhouse, mitigation of global warming, for example. The governments cannot just let them, the farmers to do so. So government have to interfere, have to give the support, especially because lack of resources, the government have to support them. In this case, I don't know, in ASEAN regions, application, for example, application of biochar to contribute to reduction of greenhouse emission from agriculture may not so popular yet. However, in some countries, developed countries, in European countries, for example, biochar has been used as one of what we call negative emission technology. That in developed countries, this kind of technology has been implemented, and there is a rule that regulates that biochar has to be applied by the farmer in developed countries, especially. I think we expect the next future that in developing countries in ASEAN region, especially the application of biochar as one strategy to reduce greenhouse emission can be applied. In the document released by ICT, International Climate Change Committee, has added to the report that biochar has one of negative technology in the release. In the IPC release recently, biochar has been added into the report. However, biochar is not mentioned in the previous report. So you can check for that information, but from the ICT reports that biochar is already there. That means the international body has put us as one strategy for reduction of emission. So we can, for example, adopt this technology. So I think the contribution from the government, of course. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We invite another one. Maybe this is the last question. Is there any question from this room? Okay, I will check if we have another one question from the Zoom. Okay, still from Ms. Maris Briganoyo. Okay, Ibu Ende, silakan. Our next question is from Indonesia. She is in the offline meeting. She is Unja. Okay, please direct the camera to the questioner. Thank you.
Terima kasih Prof atas waktunya. Izinkan saya yang bertanya di bahasa Indonesia, Program BIS. Kebetulan saya sangat intens juga penelitian mengenai biochar. Dan saya setuju kok 1% dari luas lahan kelapa sawit ini adalah petani-petani kecil. Dan sekarang saya melihat dan tidak dilepas, tapi sudah di lahan petani di Sungai Bahar, kebetulan di posisi replanting, Prof. Saya sudah memanfaatkan kelapa sawit, ada jam kosong karena saya untuk penelitiannya. Semuanya terkait dengan mitigasi perubahan iklim sudah sangat positif dari tahun 2008. Mungkin saya udah ke biochar, tapi yang kita tanahnya Prof, mungkin Prof tahu juga dari lama. Yang ingin saya sampaikan, sejauh mana kita bisa meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia, khususnya untuk petani-petani kecil ini. Karena pengalaman saya di lapangan, Prof, kalau yang lokasi di tempat yang saya penelitian mereka oke, tapi yang lainnya mereka agak susah, Prof. Padahal kita seperti yang Prof katakan tadi, kita memberikan teknologi sederhana supaya mereka bisa membuat dan mengimplementasikannya pada lahan kelapa sawit. Apalagi sekarang hampir sebagian besar itu sedang dalam proses replanting, sangat cocok untuk memberikan pemerataan. Mohon komentarnya, Prof. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu. Wah, ini memang sudah lama ya penelitian Kang Biocha. Jadi memang pertama ada sedikit kesenjangan ya. Kalau saya kesenjangan itu artinya mungkin bukan kesenjangan apa? Kesenjangan background pendidikan saya ini kan orang environmental chemistry ya. Jadi kami lebih aspeknya ke environmentalnya, dampaknya dan sebagainya di lahan sawit. Nah, memang oleh karena itu kami belum menyentuh ke dalam tadi tahap produksinya, tahap replantingnya, belum sampai ke sana. Ini memang harus kerjasama, memang nggak bisa tidak nih. Orang pertanian dengan environmental air misalnya harus seperti itu. Karena memang akhir dari penelitian ini memang harusnya ke situ, berujung manfaat untuk petani, ya, untuk petani. Nah, kalau memang teknologinya simpel, tapi kan perlu perlu diperkenalkan kepada masyarakat petani ya. Nah, sebetulnya kita perhatikan di dalam skema-skema yang ditawarkan oleh kementerian itu ada satu skema kita untuk perkenalkan teknologi itu kepada masyarakat. Saya nggak tahu tapi belum pernah mencoba, tapi saya kira itu bisa dilakukan melalui skema prototipe istilahnya, itu lupa namanya prototipe apa, itu bisa skema bisa didanai untuk perkenalkan teknologi yang sederhana tadi. Nah, saya kira itu sangat bagus langkah yang sudah Ibu lakukan, memanfaatkan limbah organik yang ada di lahan petani itu sendiri. Jadi they don't have to look at other places, ya. Jadi cukup dari situ sudah bisa bikin. Ya, dalam quantity small quantity, saya kira dalam 1 hektar bisa menghasilkan berapa tandan lahan yang bisa dikumpulkan, itu bisa dilakukan dengan sangat sederhana. Nah, saya kira memang ini kita perlu mencari strategi. We have to find out what the best strategies to introduce new technology to the rural area farmer. Ya, karena begini, karena implementing biochar to the farmer, it is not directly improve the income. That's the problem. Yeah, not directly improve the income. The problem. So that means the farmer should have awareness that what they are going to do with biochar is important, not in context of improving the income, but also for the environment itself where they are farming. Ya, saya kira itu kesadaran seperti itu yang mungkin perlu kita tingkatkan. Nah, kalau sudah ada kesadaran, walaupun oke nggak apa-apa lah, income nggak naik, tapi kan ini membantu juga improve the soil fertility by example, ya kan, improve the management of waste, organic waste in the field. So I think that's important also to introduce to the farm. Oke, thank you atas pertanyaannya.
Bagaimana Bu? Cukup memuaskan? Kalau nggak puas nanti saya di belakang ya. Yang banyak waktu buat seperti itu. I think it's enough for the question. We have already discussed the issue. One from the Miss Nawati, and then the second from Miss Maris, and then the third one is from Ibu siapa tadi lupa. Sorry. Oke. Bagaimana panitia? Kita sudah ya. Oke. Okay, thank you very much for Professor Damris for your remarkable presentation. Very open-minded, and then we want to give some certificate for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, Okay. Please give applause for Professor Damris. Okay.
Thank you, Bapak Associate Professor M. Effendi, SPD, MSc, PhD, for guiding the panel session in the first session. We invite Bapak Professor Dr. Damris Muhammad, MSc, PhD, to come forward to be given a certificate of appreciation by Professor Dr. Insinyur Adriani MSc. In this case, it will be represented by the chairman of the committee, the second Unja Smart International Conference. Ibu Dr. Eka
Mas Biro Roroni. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay. The next agenda is we invite the three of them to take picture together with the crisis moment with Pak Haris too at the stage. Oh, okay. Okay, the next agenda is to give a certificate appreciation to Bapak Associate Professor M. Haris Effendi, SPD, MSc, PhD, by Dr. Eka Masbiroroni as the representative of chairman of the second Unja Smart International Conference. Okay. Okay, give applause to all of them. Okay, the next event is take picture, three of them. With the keynote speaker of the first session is Professor Damris, and guy of the panel session is Associate Professor Pak Haris, and the chairman represented by Dr. Eka. Okay. Okay, the next agenda is we can take a break because the coffee break is available is behind of us, maybe until 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, okay. The next. Okay, the next session. Okay, we can take a break, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, because snack and beverage is available behind of us. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya kira itu
lagi free. Yang
Okay, let's move on to the next session. As I by the second panel session, this session will be guided by Bapak Associate Professor M. Haris Effendi, SPD, MSc, PhD. To Bapak Associate Professor M. Haris Effendi, SPD, MSc, PhD, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of this conference, we are going to have the second presenter of today. We have the Ibu Profesor Dr. Nur Aziah Muhammad Awal. Ibu Profesor Dr. Nur Aziah, are you there in the Zoom meeting?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, I cannot see you. Please, I think, can you make the video of Ibu Profesor Nur Aziah bigger? Okay. There you are. Ibu Profesor Dr. Nur Aziah Muhammad Awal. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We are happy to have you here. I will read some of your CV here. I have in my hand your CV, your brief CV. You have an experience in 1985 to 2001, 2021 as a tutor for a great and long journey. And then since 2014, 2018, you were the Deputy Vice President of Student and Alumni of USIC. And then from 2005 to 2014, you are Dato on Residential College Master. And then since 1994 to 1995, you were Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Law. And then since 2005 to 2010, you were the coordinator for Masters in International Property Law. And then you have some reward and recognition. In 2016, you are the Tokoh Mahul Hijrah Ilmuwan Award. And then from the Federal Authority of Kuala Lumpur. And then in 2017, you were awarded sebagai Tokoh Mal Hijrah for the State of Negeri Sembilan. And then in 2016, you were awarded Darjah Satya Bakti Negeri Sembilan. That's a very great achievement, Ibu Profesor Dr. Nur Aziah Muhammad Awal. I will give you 40 minutes until 11 o'clock in Indonesia. I think we don't have a significant difference of time, right? Am I right, sir? Ma'am, Dr. Professor Dr. Nurazia?
I can't hear.
We are at the same time, right? We
Yeah,
have, you have around 35 minutes now.
Okay.
Maybe
Thank
4
you.
minutes to present your presentation. And then we are going to have some questions. We invite some questions from the Zoom and the offline participants. And then we can discuss them in about 15 minutes. Okay? Without further ado, I give you the time. Thank you very much. Time is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to first to our esteemed moderator and also to the organizing committee of the second Unja Smart International Conference. Thank you for inviting me to speak on the legal aspects in dealing with challenges in managing human resources with character and international competitiveness. I mean, legal area, I mean, that's my area of expertise, but I've not done a lot of writing in area of human resource, but I've done a lot of things, a lot of issues relating to women as workers and issue of sexual harassment at place of work. But I will try and discuss the issue of managing human resource today, and if you can see from my abstract that I will this is a very challenging area and when dealing with a borderless society. Today we are not talking about looking after managing human resource in terms of our own office, our own small faculty, but we're talking about a global kind of borderless society where people work from one country to another, or even work at home but from one country to another. So these are some of the issues, and human resources law affects all aspects of human resource management, and law or legal issues are some of the things that is the basis of managing human resources today. And of course, individuals covered under equal employment opportunity laws are protected from illegal discriminations, and which occurs when people who share certain characteristics such as race, age, gender are discriminated against because of their characteristics. So law touches every profession that falls under human resource umbrella in some ways. So according to ILO, the emerging characteristics of future labor markets are more fluid, unforeseeable, less secure, and technology driven. There will be a greater expectations that human resource have to update skills to work with advanced technologies. Of course, with all the modern things that we have today, that is also part of the challenges in terms of managing human resources. And of course, as part of ASEAN, Malaysia, Indonesia, and 8 other countries, we also have ASEAN has tried the utmost best in terms of trying to assist in the challenges in trying to make sure that within the ASEAN countries, ASEAN would be able to develop human resources, promote sustainable development, and enhance the regional resilience. So I will discuss challenges faced by human resource and legal aspects in addressing those issues in a borderless and competitive world. Now, challenges to human resources today are many, and I think in a developing or ever-changing world, managing human resources requires skill, knowledge, including legal knowledge, and of course, passion. Major challenges range from recruiting and hiring strong candidates to developing leaders and building an effective corporate culture as an increasing number of employees continue to work remotely. focusing on employees' health and well-being and fostering an inclusive, diverse, and equitable workplace have also become a key priority. And of course, in ASEAN, I think one of the things, the movement of workers, people start to come to work in various countries from various countries of ASEAN, and that is also one of the main challenges. Now, this is I just took from what I suffered from the net, and about there's 10 biggest human resource challenges in 2023. This is probably the latest. Number one is rethinking the employee value proposition. Then number two is re-engaging the workplace, attracting talent to the enterprise. I mean, as a person who's dealing with human resource, these are the things that you must be able to face, you must think of while trying to enhance your place of work. Promoting talent mobility and skill building. Retaining talent with a better employee experience, pushing employment programs, managing uncertainty, focusing on employee health and well-being, learning into your strategic impact as a human resource leader. These are very basic challenges in 2023. Now, challenges in a global business. We are talking about international business in production and sale of goods and services between countries, and I will focus in ASEAN country in particular, and of course Malaysia is one of the basic example that when we're dealing about challenges in a global business. There are several ways a business can be international, where one, it produces goods domestically and sell it both domestic and international. It produces goods in different countries but sell it domestically, and it produces goods in different countries and sell both domestic and international. So that's what business, global business is all about. And there are people who works from one state, probably in Malaysia, but working with a firm in Indonesia, or working in Thailand, but actually a Malaysian working in Thailand or in Vietnam, depending on when it's an international firm, or international company. Now, common challenges to international business, of course, the language, cultural differences, managing global teams, currency and inflation, nuances of foreign politics, policies and relations. And of course, in ASEAN, at least we have various declarations, various agreement between ASEAN countries when we are talking about human resources, when we're talking about migrant workers, and we have some international treaties, international agreements, basic human right thing that deals with person that are being employed, and also rights of employers, person who is employing that person, and that I think comes into some of these challenges in terms of when you're running international business. And language would probably be the main challenges, and cultural differences. I mean, Malaysia, I think, for example, since maybe 15 years ago, since about 15 to 20 years ago, we start receiving foreign workers from various parts of the world. I mean, our majority of foreign workers are from Indonesia, from Vietnam, from Nepal, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And this actually has created quite a big group of foreign persons in Malaysia in relation to working in the country. And of course, language is one of the main problem, and also cultural differences. We put aside the number 5 and probably number 4, because I think I would like to look into the challenges in terms of legal aspects. And of course, when we open our borders, when we start taking in foreign workers, and today we call it migrant workers, and of course that is in itself is a challenge to the local staff, and how we have to manage between the local interests and also the rights of the employee in respects of their work. Now, legal issues relating to human resource management. Human resource management involves dealing with employees' legal and ethical concern. Human resource management must ensure compliance with law and regulations and maintain ethical standards. What are the legal considerations? What are the issues that we want to talk about in terms of human resource management? The first is equal employment opportunity. Now, equal employment opportunity is a legal requirement that prohibits discrimination in all aspects of employment, including recruitment, hiring, promotion, training, compensation, based on protected characteristics such as race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, and disabilities. Employers must comply with EEO regulations to avoid lawsuits, fines, and other legal consequences. Now, this is very important area when we are talking about managing a human resource. When you are, let's say you're a human resource officer in a particular company where you have local staff and also international staff. You have people from other parts of the world that's working with you. Now, it is very important that the conditions or the terms of reference must be the same. There must not be discrimination. And that is not easy. Even in Malaysia, within Malaysian local Malaysian workers, there are cases of sex discrimination, for example, or gender discriminations. And sexual harassment is one of the issues that are involved in when you are discussing issues of employer-employee relationships. Malaysia, in particular, have passed various law, and also I think as far as Indonesia and the Philippines are concerned, Malaysia have been doing a number of agreement, or in particular in relation to migrant workers, workers from Philippines and Indonesia coming to the country. But then again, in terms that is an agreement in terms of collective bargaining to bring them over to work in certain area. But there are also foreign workers that are fully qualified. They have a degree, and when come to qualifications, and these are the things that we must really look into very carefully when we make an advertisement for job advertisement, for example, so that there is no discriminations. Now, if you say that if it's an international company, but you prefer Malaysian, it's an international company doing business in Malaysia, but they would like to find local staff in India. They would like to find the workers to be just Malaysians. Now, that in itself, you must be able to see the same qualification. If that person works in a Malaysian company, must also be looked into. So there are certain rules and regulations, and each countries will have to also look whether foreign workers that comes to work into a particular country are able to join the union. That is also because to join the union is only a human right issues. Is a human right of a person that is working, and they have a right to associate, a right, freedom of association, freedom of speech, and so on and so forth. So EEO regulations is very important, and this is in order to make sure that the company will not be later sued by the employees. Now, a second important legal consideration that you need to look is the Fair Labor Standards Act. Yeah, the Fair Labor Standard sets minimum wage, overtime pay, child labor standards, and record keeping requirements for employees. Employees must comply with the Fair Labor Standard regulations to avoid lawsuits, penalties, and other legal consequences. Now, for example, in Malaysia, we have the Children and Young Person Employment Act, whereby we can, if we want to employ children, but depend on the age of the child. Now, under our law, you can only employ a child age 15 above, and then it will have the same. But in terms of requirement, this particular child, if he or she wants to work, must not miss school, must be able to have every 3-4 hours, he must have rest, and so on and so forth. And in order to conform to this regulation or law that we have passed, then if you do not conform to those law that we passed, you may be taken to court because you actually is in contravening of the particular domestic law in relation to child labor. Now, again, there are many companies, if I may say, in particular plantations in Malaysia. I'm giving only Malaysia as an example because as far as Malaysia is concerned, we have a lot of plantations and we have quite many foreign workers in plantations. And there are occasions when I am now a Malaysian, I'm a commissioner at the Malaysian Human Rights Commission. At the same time, I'm also a contract professor in UKM. And as a commissioner of the Human Rights Commission, I do visit plantations to check it's a monitoring visit to plantation to see whether this plantation is employing children, and if they do, whether they are contravening any of the law that we have in Malaysia, and also international standards, international law that we have or we have ratified and signed. And on occasion that we do meet children, we will have to find out whether they are, first, of course, whether they are Malaysians or whether they are foreign children, or they are children of migrant workers who are actually working there, and whether the children, because children have their rights, they have right to education, they have right to medical health examination and all that. And if they are not at school, then parents may be also taken to court for not sending their children to school, because we have compulsory primary education for all children, and that's, I think, so we must comply to these laws. Then the other important issues that when we are talking about human resource and managing human resources in terms of legal aspect is looking at family and medical leave. And this family and medical leave requires covers to cover employers to provide eligible employees with job-related job protected leave for qualified medical and family reasons. Employers might comply with family and medical leave regulations to avoid lawsuits, penalties, and other legal consequences. Now, when we talk about this, usually when you're being offered a job, even locally or internationally, these are some of the things that you must actually look at and see whether there is an insurance, whether there are medical insurance to cover you and your family. Now, even in Malaysia, I must say that in private sectors, not government, if it's government, if you're working with the government will cover all your medical bills and your family medical bills, and you are free to go to any of them, the government hospital. And plus, your children are covered until they are the age of 21 for government offices. But for private sectors, it's very, I think it will depend on the company. If it's a big company, they may offer quite a nice package in terms of medical leave and also medical bills, medical insurance for families. And you never know, because sometimes when your child is not well, need an operation, and if you do not have those insurance, and if your company is not paying for it, you probably have to go to government hospital, which is free, but at the same time there will be a long queue, and certain things are still need to be paid in as far as government hospitals are concerned. So for foreign workers in Malaysia, then if you do not if you are not covered by medical insurance, then the cost of medical bill is quite exorbitant in Malaysia. So that is something that you need to look at. And I think these are some of the legal issues. For example, if you're working in a factory, you get injured at work, and what are the rules and regulations that are there available for employees if they get injured at place of work. And Malaysia also have this Occupational Safety Health Act. In terms of regulation, Occupational Safety and Health Act safety and health standards for workplace requires employees to provide safe and healthy work environment for employees. Employees must comply with USIC regulations to avoid lawsuits, fines, and other legal consequences. So these are the basic four issues in terms of legal aspects when you are talking about managing a human resource in Malaysia. And the other one, so I've explained the legal aspect, but the ethical considerations. Now, in terms of ethical, it comes to because ethics also come into, and sometimes ethic is being regulated as such, but when you actually contravene the ethical issues, you may even have to go to court for breaching confidentialities, for example. So human resource managers have access to sensitive and confidential information about employees, such as their personal and health information. Human resource managers must maintain confidentiality, ensure that this information is protected from unauthorized access or disclosure. And you can be sued. Let's say someone managed to get hold of that information or being publicized. Today, everything goes in Facebook, Twitters, and Instagram. And this is something that human resource managers must be sure that they do not contravene all these confidentialities regulations. Diversity and inclusion. Human resource managers should promote diversity and inclusion in workplace by creating a culture that values differences and respect all employees' rights. Now, when you work in a particular place with different race, religion, cultural background, you must be able to make sure that your employees like to learn other people's culture, respect other people's values and cultures, and that will make us more harmonious at place of work. And this is something that human resource managers sometimes overlook. I mean, in terms of when they are employing someone, when you're actually coordinating or managing a big human resource, a big number of employees. Like there are some companies that have like 5,000 workers. There are companies that have 3,000 workers, and they are all coming from different parts of the world. They are multiracial, multi-religious, and multicultural. And sometimes things like the cultural differences and respect for each other's differences are being overlooked because we thought, we're just managing a business. That is something I think need to be taken care of before you actually, in order to manage your human resource. Then the ethical leadership. Human resource managers should model ethical behavior and ensure that the organization leaders and employees follow ethical standards. So basically, you need to have your own maybe I do know a lot of companies will have the disciplinary regulations. They also have ethical regulations. Some companies will have a sexual harassment policy. And now in Malaysia, I think we have just passed our Sexual Harassment Act, but before that, it is a policy or code of ethics at place of work where all companies, whether they're government or private, will have to have the code of ethics in terms of sexual harassment. Now, the other most important ethical consideration that human resource need to do is the whistleblowing policy. Human resource managers should create a culture that encourage employees to report ethical violations without fear or retaliation. Now, it is, I must say, whistleblower is easy said than done, because occasions, there are so many occasions when a whistleblower actually blow up the issues by actually confiding in managers or their superiors. Sometimes it is the whistleblower that has been taken actions against, and there are occasions that they may even have come to a point that they were so stressed that they end up resigning from their position in that particular company. So whistleblower, Malaysia has passed, we have passed a law on whistleblower as well. And this is very important because it will make sure that the employees have a right to complain, right to a peaceful and harmonious manner at place of work. And those two issues, sexual harassment and also whistleblowing, if there's any violations, they must actually report it and take matters, for example, issue of corruptions, or even biasness or discrimination. There must be a policy. The company must have a proper channels or ways in which to so that they can report these matters. Today in modern world, I mean, it's much easier. It become very much more confidential. Used to be, if you remember in the older days, even at schools, we have the kotak aduan, where you have a box where people can put in their complaints in those boxes. But today there's no. I think we have WhatsApp, we have emails, we have various ways in which people could actually make a complaint. But there are certain people that actually say, well, if I just put it in my Facebook, then my company will take notice of it. But you have to be very careful when you're also using the social media in terms of trying to become a whistleblower. You might not be protected if you make it such an open way. So companies are responsible to make sure that they have the code of ethics in terms of, and also the SOP, the special operating procedures in terms of how to make a complaint and how a complaint should be investigated, and in the end, how action should be taken against employees or employers that have violated human rights issues. Yeah. And now, fundamental rights of the person, conflict arising between fundamental rights of employee and employer's rights and the prerogative at workplace are common. Freedom to work, non-discriminations, freedom to work, non-discrimination, protection of privacy, freedom of religion and expressions are fundamental rights of a person which must be protected in general and at workplace. So it's not only outside, but when you're working, you have your human rights and you should be able to express yourself such a way that no one should hinder you from doing so. On the other hand, as employer, you are the owner of the property. For example, if that factory belongs to you, you have bought the whole area. So property rights, freedom to trade and freedom to contract are rights of an entrepreneur needs to be able to run a business. So you have to balance. So as a person who works in a particular company or a particular firm, you have a right to freedom to work, and also to be paid a salary at the end of that working time. And then you must not be discriminated. But as an employer, I have a right to my company. And how I do business is something that is very important, because that is my my income. Yeah, I have to do business, and how I do it is something that I have the freedom to do so, because this is my company. But at the same time, you must remember that you must not violate someone else's human rights. Employers have the right to refuse a job applicant, assign tasks, take management's decision which have a bearing on a worker's career and conditions of work, impose disciplinary penalties, including dismissal. So as an employer, you also have a right. You can set up this particular company. You can choose who you want to employ by putting an advertisement, that you can interview them. Even when you are advertising, you must make sure that there's no element of discrimination there. And then when you interview the applicants, let's say that you need 100 staff, you have to interview 800 people who apply for the job. You want to get the best, of course, that is your right. But during the interview, there should not be any form of discriminations, any form of briberies, because that in itself can be taken to court, and you could be responsible for violating human rights of the person who applied for the job. But at the same, so these are the fundamental rights of persons, and you need to balance this. And in terms of human resource management, these are among the most important parts of or the most important legal part. And to me, a lot of issues in terms of human resource actually is within the legal issues, how you conduct your interviews, and how you write your advertisements, and then how you choose your candidate to employ someone to work with you. And in the end, you must have a disciplinary regulations where your employee, if they do not behave, they actually also violate the rules of the working place, and then they could also be taken to the disciplinary board, and could be the end of it is dismissal. Of course, there are also employees that resign before they could be taken to the disciplinary board. But if you resign, you lose a lot of things. But if you are taken to the disciplinary board, if things were not properly done, then you could actually go back to court and ask the court to reverse the decision of this disciplinary board for unlawful dismissals. Now, I want to talk about ILO standards, but I think my time will not be that much. But I will just say that as far as ILO is the International Labour Organization, one of the UN bodies that runs, that looks into, that regulates workers' labor in particular, and it has the traditional regulatory approach of labor law have been challenged even more broadly as managing changes of working life, among other things, globalization, migration, and aging workforce, urbanization, reformization, with digitalization, climate change, and most recently, of course, COVID-19 poses a central dilemma to national systems that were originally built for for a more stable labor market. So, I mean, all of us have faced the 2 years, 2020, 2021 pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and it has, actually changed our life a lot more. A lot of people were out of work, and this actually has also been one of the greatest challenges to international standards that ILO has. ILO as an organization appears to have been given an almost impossible task to promote social justice and fairer globalization. Now, I will just run through this. They have been working on decent work program, and ILO has actually many conventions, and one of the important one, I think, the ILO Termination of Employment Convention 1982 states that workers' employment shall not be terminated unless there is a valid reason. Yet protection against dismissal still remain a disputed issue. Protections against dismissal not only guarantees the worker against financial consequences, but also protects the employment relationship against abuse by the employer. Now, convention imposed on ILO members, the problem is, if you have to become members of ILO, and as member states of ILO, you also need to ratify the conventions that ILO has come up with. And once you have this convention, you will you need to be able to ratify it. Once ILO has passed it, then only you are bound. And when you are bound, but then again, ratification is not mandatory. There are a lot of critiques on ILO, but however, to me, it is very important because ILO is there to monitor, and at least it can voices out any wrongdoings or issues of human rights issues in terms of employment in various countries. And now, in relation to this, when I'm talking about employment and also human resource, one of the issues that came to my attention is issue of forced labor. I just now touched on child labor, and why need to eradicate forced labor? Because all parties have an obligation to comply with international norms. So ILO is the background there, and then you have the international conventions and so on, and also countries, whether or not you are parties to ILO, you need to comply to international norms and standards as well as domestic laws and policies. SDG target 8.7 emphasized on immediate and effective measures to eradicate forced labor and modern slaveries and human trafficking in all forms. And in ASEAN, that's one of the issues. ASEAN has passed, have made a declaration on anti-trafficking and also on issues of employment of immigrant workers. Malaysia, as far as Malaysia is concerned, in our federal constitution, we actually prohibit, under Article 6, prohibit slaveries and all forms of forced labor. And therefore, all employers and business in Malaysia should comply to the domestic laws and policy. Forced labor stands around overall economic growth and development by lowering productivity. Forced labor negatively affects the reputation of Malaysia or any other country for the matter and its industry. So I mentioned forced labor because we have quite a big number to me when we discover this through our monitoring visits. Now, the U.S. Custom and Border Protection implements Section 307 of the Tariff Act 1930 through issuance of Withhold Release Order, WRO, and findings to prevent merchandise produced in whole or in part in foreign countries using forced labor. Since 2020, 8 Malaysian companies consisting of producers of rubber gloves and palm oil products have been subject to WRO. Several companies were released from WRO after taking preventive measures and appropriate actions to deal with forced labor practices and proving that goods and produced and manufactured do not involve forced labor. EU, in September 2022, EU proposed a regulation to ban all products made in forced labor or child labor from EU market. And this is very much will affect the whole country for that matter. So if Malaysia, for example, so when the SUHAKAM, when the Human Rights Commission make our monitoring visits to various plantations, to various factories, we check on the domestic law, what we have, and whether they comply to our domestic law, and then we also refer to the international standard. For example, now we will insist that if you have foreign workers in your factory or your firm, you must not keep their passport. They must be given proper place to stay. Housing must be provided as such that if it's in the plantations, and if they have children, there must be schools, there must also be clinics, and so on and so forth. So we try to comply with domestic law as well as the international standards. Now,
Prof. Nur Azia.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry to remind you that you have
I'm finishing off just
Okay.
on ASEAN, just the ASEAN declarations, and this is on protection and promotion of rights of migrants. This was done in 2007. Then ASEAN also passed the Future of Work, Embarrassing Technology and Inclusive and Sustainable Growth, issued in April 2019, when this to resolve to embrace technology in preparing ASEAN workplace in future, promoting decent work. And ASEAN Declaration in Human Resources Development in Changing World was finalized in ASEAN Education, level ministers, and adopted by the 36th ASEAN Summit 2020. And then these member states agreed to promote demand-driven competencies and qualifications in technical and vocational education and trainings and higher education to improve accessibility and quality of labor market information, to promote infrastructure development so that opportunities brought by 4IR could be widely enjoyed. And ASEAN Declaration on Protection of Migrant Workers and Family Members in Crisis Situations was adopted at the 42 ASEAN Summit, May 2023, quite recently in Indonesia. So these are some of the things. So as a conclusions, legal aspect of human rights, human resource management, and is a globalized in this globalized world involves countries committing to ILO standards through numerous conventions. However, countries must ratify conventions in order to be bound. ASEAN, through a number of declarations, agreed to commit themselves to conform policies regarding migrant workers. All conventions and declarations aim at enhancing human rights of person and rights to work. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry I've taken such a long time.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Nur Aziah Atwal. We will collect questions for Professor Aziah later, altogether with the questions for Dr. Danilo S. Vargas. And now we are going to go to have Dr. Danilo Vargas. Are you still there? Hello, Dr. Vargas.
Yeah. Morning.
Okay. Dr. Danilo Vargas is from Philippines. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before you start your presentation, I will read a brief CV of Dr. Danilo Vargas. Dr. Danilo Vargas in 1994 was the member of Community Development Management Communication, University of the Philippines, SWISS-BEL, UPLB. In 1983, he was the Human Resource Development Management at University, Philippines, and in 1980, Dr. Danilo Vargas was a member of the Cultural Extension Education Crop and Animal Production, Central Luzon State University. He has remarkable work experiences. In 2013 until now, he is the president of 4 Gateway College Incorporated, San Jose City, Philippines. And then since February 2023 to July 2023, he was the concurrent dean, School of Legal Studies for Gateway College Incorporated, San Jose City, Philippines. And since January 2020 to December 2023, he was the Vice President of Administration of Central Luzon State University. He has 2 distinguished awards. In 2016, he was awarded a Distinguished Service Award for 35 years in Central Luzon State, and in 2011, he was awarded a Distinguished Service Award for 30 years in service for Central Luzon State University. What a remarkable achievement, Dr. Vargas. And then to start your presentation, I will give you 30 minutes. And then after that, we will collect all the questions for both of you, for Professor Aziah and then for Dr. Vargas. Okay, thank you very much. Time is yours, Dr. Vargas.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Thank you also to Dr. Eka for having me in this conference. My presentation, entitled Environmental Balance and Economic Growth in Asia in Realizing People's Welfare, were divided into 6 topics: the introduction, the Asia environmental situation, the Asia economic growth, the people's welfare, the Asia policy initiative to balance environment and economic development, and the Asia's common future policy path. For the introduction, the World Bank 2006 said development is the process of furthering people's well-being, and good development entails increasing the asset base and productivity, empowering poor people in marginalized communities, managing risk, and taking a long-term perspective on intra- and intergenerational equity. The environment is central to all 4 of these requirements. Long-term development can only be achieved through sustainable management of various assets, like financial, material, human, social, and natural. The natural assets, including water, soils, plants, and animals, underpin the livelihoods of all people. Agriculture, fishery, forestry, tourism, and minerals provide people with significant economic and social benefits. The challenge lies in the proper management of these resources. Sustainable development offers a framework for managing human and economic development while ensuring adequate and optimal functioning of the natural environment over time. For Asia's for Asia's environmental situation, Asian Development Bank 2011 reported that Asians are more at stake in the planet's well-being than others. Climate change has far-reaching implications for the way Asia needs to move forwards in its march towards prosperity, dramatically increasing energy efficiency and reducing reliance on fossil fuels, both coal and petroleum. Adopting a new approach to urbanization by building more compact and eco-friendly cities, relying much more on mass transit over private cars for urban dwellers and railways for long-distance transport, giving priority to the development of related technologies and perhaps more fundamentally changing lifestyle to alleviate pressures on finite natural resources by making much more efficient use of them. These interrelated aspects are critical for Asia's long-term growth and development because nation future competitiveness and prosperity will depend significantly on their efficiency in using natural resources and progress in the low-carbon race. World Commission on Environment and Development cited that natural resources are the basis of subsistence in many poor communities. Natural capital accounts for 26% of the wealth of low-income countries, up to 20% of the total burden of disease in developing countries is associated with environmental risk. Poor women are particularly vulnerable to respiratory infections related to exposure to indoor air pollution. Acute respiratory infections are the leading cause of death in children, with pneumonia killing more children under 5 than any other illness. A combination of unsafe water and poor sanitation is the world's second biggest killer of children. About 1.8 million children die annually, and about 443 million school days are missed due to diarrhea. Clean water and air are powerful preventive medicines. Sustainable management of natural resources contributes to poverty alleviation, helps reduce diseases and child mortality, improves maternal health, and can contribute to gender equity and universal education. Kuroda 2013 cited that environmental damage is Asia's rapid growth most visible side effect. The reliance on fossil fuels has degraded air quality and ecosystem, reduced the supply of clean water, and created significant health hazards. Asia has become the world's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions linked to global warming and climate change. Its cities are among the most polluted and the most vulnerable to extreme weather events. The climate-related disasters in China, the Philippines, and Thailand are a reminder that Asian policymakers must act now to protect their citizens and mitigate and reverse the signs of climate change to secure sustainable growth for the future. With a strong drive for food security, agricultural land use has expanded in all regions except Central Asia. Consequently, land degradation is reported throughout Asia, raising the questions of sustainability. The rapid increase in energy and food production has significantly impacted human and ecosystem health. Over 1 billion people in Asian countries are exposed to outdoor air pollutants level exceeding World Health Organization guidelines. Asia has the world's highest disease burden attributable to indoor air pollution. Approximately 18% of this population lacks access to safe water, according to Galloway and et al. In 2018. With regards to economic growth in Asia, Asia's march to prosperity will be led by 7 economies, 2 already developed and 6 fast-growing middle-income converging economies: China, India, Indonesia, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Thailand, and Malaysia. These 7 economies had a combined total population of 3.1 billion, or 78% of total Asia, and gross domestic product of 14.2 million, or 87% of Asia in 2010. Under the Asian century scenario, their population share by 2050 will be 73%, and their gross domestic product will be 90% of Asia. They alone will account for 45% of global gross domestic product, and their average per capita income will be 45,800 compared with 36,600 worldwide. Between 2010 and 2050, these 7 economies will account for as much as 87% of the total gross domestic product growth in Asia and almost all global gross domestic growth. Thus, they will be the engines of Asia's economy and the global economy as reported by the Asian Development Bank on 2011. The Asian economy contracted by 1.5% in 2020, while the world economy shrunk by 3.2%. However, the outlook varies within Asia. Economies have been recovered at different speed. The economy of China surpassed its pre-COVID-19 level in the second quarter of 2020, while the economy of Vietnam reached that milestone on the third quarter of 2020, and that of South Korea on the first quarter of 2021. Other ASEAN economies, including India, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore and Thailand, remain below their pre-pandemic levels. The pandemic has been bruising for economies, particularly for the most vulnerable people, including those on low income and women. In April 2021, the ASEAN Development Bank estimated that the number of people living in poverty having less than $3.20 a day in purchasing power parity in the region increased by more than 170 million in 2020 because of the pandemic. Gender inequality was widespread across Asia before the pandemic and has worsened. In India, one study found that during the first COVID-19 lockdown in 2020, only 7% of men lost employment compared with 47% of women, and these women had not returned to work even by the end of 2020. Exacerbating the situation across economies is economic disruption associated with extreme weather events. Looking specifically at parts of Asia, East and Northeast Asia economic growth rebounded strongly in early 2021 as major countries, China and the Republic of Korea, were well ahead regarding pandemic management. Both countries also benefited from the global recovery, which led to a surge in export demand for consumer goods, electronics, semiconductors, and automobiles. Manufacturing activity surged in line with the export demand. China grew by 8.1% in 2021. Investment and private consumption increased towards the end of 2022 as countries moved closer to normalization. In North and Central Asia, countries in the sub-region rebounded in 2021 from contractions in 2020, underpinned by higher commodity prices and increased global demand for commodities. Private consumption was the main driver of growth in the majority of economies. The economic setback in countries in the sub-region was brief in South and Southwest Asia. Private consumption was India's main growth driver, which also influenced activities in its trading partners. Tourism recovery is still tepid but somewhat supported in Bhutan, Maldives, and Nepal. Hydropower projects supported growth in Bhutan, and investment in infrastructure projects supported development in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Resilient remittance flows prop up domestic consumption in Nepal and Bangladesh, benefiting from strong global demand for apparel. Growth increased in 2022 due to improved tourism prospect, robust export, improved private consumption. In Southeast Asia, exports benefited from strong global demand for electronics, auto parts, and chemicals in the first quarter of 2021. Demand for export from the sub-region will continue to drive growth, while border reopening as pioneered by Thailand is encouraging the sign for tourism recovery. For the people's welfare, from growth to social well-being, so far, ASEAN policymakers have emphasized social stability as the foundations of economic growth. Many have thought of social peace and economic development as a virtuous cycle. One underpins the other. That has undoubtedly been Asia's historical experience, but it may need reconsideration as Asian societies become more affluent between now and 2050. If governments could determine what people value, they could construct better, more affordable social programs to maintain social harmony, but that is a complex process. For many years, the deficiencies of gross domestic product as a measure of development have been known. Yet, gross domestic product remains the most convenient shortcut measure of well-being, and hence the principal focus of policymakers has been on gross domestic product growth. That is now starting to change in some rich countries. The first adjustment is to move forward counting non-monetary aspect of the quality of life. Amartya Sen's capabilities approach focuses on the needs that must be met for people to fulfill their potential as human beings. In addition to money, they may need education, health, a well-preserved environment, and other amenities. Conditional on this, however, more money expands people's choices set and hence raises their welfare. And if an individual's welfare depends on the amount of money at their disposal, it follows that a nation's welfare depends on the amount of money at the nation's disposal of gross domestic product. Thus, in its simplest form, the capabilities approach can be reduced to adding a certain number of measurable social indicators like literacy, health, income inequality, poverty, or environmental well-being into a nation's calculus. These measures, however, might still not address the fundamental psychology that differentiates personal satisfaction from income or material consumption. What is known as the Easterlin paradox. Easterlin was the first economist to suggest that while happiness within any country correlated with income levels, the same did not appear across countries. Well-off countries must focus on issues other than gross domestic product per capita to improve their citizens' well-being. People may be more satisfied with less than with more. World Commission on Environment and Development reported that environmental degradation also threatens all aspects of human being. Ecological degradation has been linked to human health problems, including cancers, vector-borne diseases, emerging animal to human disease transfer, nutritional deficits, and respiratory illnesses. The environment provides essential material assets and economic base for human endeavor. Almost half of the job worldwide depends on fisheries, forests, or agriculture. The non-sustainable use of natural resources, including land, water, forests, and fisheries, can threaten individual livelihoods in local, national, and international economies. The environment can play a significant role in contributing to development and human well-being. Still, it can also increase human vulnerability, causing human migration and insecurity, such as in the case of storms, droughts, or environmental mismanagement. Environmental scarcity can foster cooperation, but also contribute to tensions or conflicts. One of the main findings of the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment is that ecosystem service mediate the relationship between human well-being and the natural environment. Changes to these services as a result of changes in the background affect human well-being through impacts on security, primary material for a good life, health, and social cultural relations. All people, rich and poor, urban and rural, in all regions rely on natural capital. The world's poorest people depend primarily on environmental goods and services for their livelihoods, which makes them particularly sensitive and vulnerable to environment changes. Furthermore, many communities in both developing and developed countries derive their income from ecological resources, which include fisheries, non-timber forests, products, and wildlife. Now, what are the ASIA's policy initiatives to balance environment and economic development? Choi et al. In 2021, Asia is well placed to adopt and lead global adaptation and mitigation efforts as climate risk climb to the top of the policy and corporate agendas. Renewable energy is expected to account for an estimated 40% of average annual global energy investment through 2025, and Asia is a leading player. The region has the largest share of installed renewable capacity, 45%, compared with 25% in Europe and 16% for North America, and expected to pull further ahead, accounting for 64% of new renewable capacity additions globally between 2019 and 2040, according to the International Energy Agency. Asia has made gradual progress on sustainability over the past 2 years. 4 countries in the region have passed laws or proposed legislation mandating net zero emissions, and 6 have put net zero emissions into policy documents, according to one nonprofit organizations. Moreover, an increasing number of companies in Asia have been setting or committing to a science-based emission reduction target. 33 companies did so in 2018, 60 in 2019, 107 in 2020, and 170 as of mid-September 2021. McKinsey surveys find that corporate executives expect sustainability to gain further importance, meaning companies can use access to capital and labor to invest in areas such as hydrogen, green aircraft, carbon capture, and electricity storage. Governments, in turn, may support such investment by setting rules and pricing externalities, such as carbon emissions. Recent innovations in some areas, for instance, falling solar power costs and changing regulation, make some investment opportunities increasingly attractive. Asia is heavily exposed to climate risk and has the incentive and capabilities to play a vital role in global adaptation and mitigation efforts, enhancing its resilience. For instance, large-scale investment in infrastructure across the region is an opportunity to embed climate risk proofing into the design of that infrastructure. Such efforts are already evident in the case of existing infrastructure. For instance, in Tokyo Metro is using precipitation data acquired from space to find ways to minimize disruption to subway operations from flooding. Looking to the future, hydrogen-based steel production using electric arc furnaces is a vital part of the long-term decarbonization of the steel industry. For the agriculture sector, China is now focusing solely on economic prosperity and balanced approach, considering economic and ecological concern. India is restoring the degraded soil and reduced nitrogen use, and lock up or increase the residential time of some of this nitrogen in organic form. Now, there are what is the ACE's common future policy paths? So 4 scenarios dictate our future that affect the slowdown of global environmental change that favors the people's welfare of Asia. The extreme emphasis on in market play significantly increase ecological pressure and only shows advance in achieving achieving a target. Relying on the market alone is unlikely to realistic critical environment and human well-being goals. On the sustainability
Dr.
front,
Vargas,
greater
I need to
integration
tell
of
you that
policies.
we have 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I'm finishing now.
Okay, thank you.
Greater integration of policy across levels, sectors, and time, strengthening local rights, and building capacity help achieve most environmental and human well-being goals. For policy first, alternatively, there are increased investment in health education and the environment, along with increased development, assistance, and new approaches to lending. With regards to security first, the production of more food to achieve food security is the orientation of this scenario. From the above scenarios, every country must know how to integrate different policies to balance environmental and economic development to lessen the negative impact on human well-being. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Vargas and Ibu Dr. Professor Dr. Nur Unja Muhammad Iqbal. Please give a big applause for the two speakers. Okay, now we have we invite two questions, maybe one for Ibu Professor Nur Unja and one for Dr. Vargas. Is there anyone in this room to ask question? Okay, you can go to participants in the Zoom. Team IT, can you look at the chat room? Is there any question? If someone wants to ask question, please raise your hand, or maybe you can write your question in the meeting chat. Okay, I'll try to find one question each of them. Okay. Coba lihat ke atas. Coba lihat ke atas. Any question? Okay, it seems like all the participants are already satisfied with your presentation for Ibu Professor Nur Unja and Dr. Vargas. We highly appreciate your presentation and we say thank you very much for both of you. And then the next session will be for the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to Bapak Associate Professor M. Haris Effendi, PhD, to guiding the second and third panel session, and give applause to Pak Haris.
Thank you.
Okay, the next event is that the committee will present a certificate of appreciation to the second and third keynote speaker in our panel session, to Prof. Datuk Nur Aziah Moh Awal and Dr. Danilo Vargas. Okay, this is electronic certificate to Professor Datuk Nur Aziah Moh Awal.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Prof. And the next
very much.
the electronic certificate to Dr. Danilo S. Vargas as the keynote speaker.
Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome. Okay, let's take a picture together from Prof. Datuk Nur Azian Muhammad and Dr. Danilo Vargas to capturing a precious moment and the second Unja Smart International Conference. Okay, to all the audience in the Zoom, please open your camera. I got you are 1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The next slide. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Last but not least. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Finally, finish the panel session for today. We will move on to the next agenda, namely istirahat, salat dan makan, Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, with duration of approximately 1 hour. Food and beverage are available behind us to offline audience and committee. And online participants can enjoy this and beverage at the respective place. I'm just kidding. Okay, all right. Distinguished guests, see you again at the parallel session of the second Unja Smart International Conference in 2023 with the theme of human resources quality and character development in preparing Asia as the epicentrum of growth, which will start at 1:30 p.m. And thank you for participating. And I say 1,000 thanks. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
masuk dek, disuruhnya pilih. Halo Pak Akbar, kita mulai aja Pak Akbar. Kalau sudah masuk semua.
Baik Pak, kita mulai ya Pak ya.
Yalah, mulai aja lah.
Baik, sebentar. Wait. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mukhlas Abrar as the moderator for today parallel session. I think we are going to start the parallel session. But before that, I would like to call the participants, whether the participants are in the room or not. First, Pak Ahmad Haryandi and Pak Muhammad Soleh, are you in the room? Are you in the Zoom?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Okay. Well, next, Mr. Ruben Quitolbo, are you in the room? And the team? Mr. Ruben Quitolbo, are you in the Zoom room and the team? One more time, I would like to call Mr. Ruben Quitolbo. Okay, maybe Mr. Ruben Quitolbo hasn't come, what we call it, joined the Zoom yet. Pak Eko Kuntarto and Muhammad Saleh, are you in the Zoom? Pak Muhammad Saleh? Not yet. Pak Sofyan, Ahmad Habibi, and Robi Hendra? No, not yet. Ibu Novalinda and the team? Ibu Nova? Not yet. Pak Gusri Putra Dodi, are you in the Zoom?
Kalau mulai yang aku tidak. Kau berikan satu. Enggak. Ya kau berikan satu.
Pak Gusri Putra Dodi, are you in the Zoom?
Iya. Dia ngecek B1 nih ya. Iya. Tengok sama udah moderatornya. Iya. Betul.
Ibu Evita Anggraini and the team? Ibu Evita Anggraini and the team? Not yet. Pak Wawan Kurniawan? Pak Wawan Kurniawan? Not yet. Pak Prof Kamit? Not yet. Pak Haris, only one presenter, one presenter is present. Shall we proceed or shall we wait? We still have 10 minutes left actually.
Hello, Pak Abrar.
Yes, Pak.
I think we should go on with the pre-existing presenter.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we can wait all the remaining presenters to join the meeting.
All right. Thank you very much, Pak Haris. Okay, now we start the Zoom meeting. I am the moderator for this Zoom. And then I would like to let the presenters know that each of you will be given 7 minutes to present your paper maximum. And then after that, there will be 3 minutes for question and answer session if there are some. Yeah, actually, if all of the presenter are present today, I would like to make it parallel, but because only one presenter comes, maybe we will go on with this rule. So each presenter will be given 7 minutes. Then after that, 3 minutes for the question and answer session. Without further ado, I would like to invite the first presenter, Bapak Ahmad Haryandi and Bapak Muhammad Soleh to present the paper. Please, Bapak, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay.
Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, ma ba'da. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, everyone. Happy seminar participant. Thank you especially to the moderator of the discussion has given him to present the results of our research with title of driving school model in developing accelerated transformation of partner school of Jambi University. Okay, for more detail or clarity on the result of this research will be presented by a team. Team, please.
Thank you very much. Driving school model in developing accelerated transformation of Jambi University Partner School. Background of the problem: changes in the education paradigm are the main domain in responding to the times in the digital era. Curriculum transformation is needed to lead to major changes, which are indicated by the demands for mature and strong soft skills and character achievement based on competence, knowledge, and content-based curriculum that focus on rows of number in academic. School transformation, independent curriculum, and the last driving school. Expected learning outcomes: safe, comfortable, inclusive, and fun learning environment, student-centered learning and self-reflection and scaffolding. 1. Bullying. 2. Disruption. Next, environment is not conducive. Next, lack of media utilization. Next, class management is not optimal. Next, not paying attention to student needs. And the last, not paying attention to student competencies. Real condition of partner school. Next page is problem formulation. The school principal has not carried out its role optimally in school transformation. There are still teachers who have not carried out the learning paradigm shift in the classroom optimally. Next, how is the driving school model in developing accelerated transformation of Jambi University partner schools? The school environment is not yet safe and comfortable because there is still bullying and disruption both inside and outside the classroom. Intellectual review. 4 stages of the Indonesian school transformation process. In stage 1, 3 levels below the expert level, bullying has become the norm. Certainly experience disturbance. Stage 2, 1 to levels below the speech level, bullying still occurs but is not the norm. Haven't paid attention to the needs and skill level of the student. Next, stage 3, at the aspects level, bullying does not occur according to the needs and skills levels of the students. Self-reflection, based program planning and budgeting. The last, teachers begin to reflect and improve teaching. And the last stage is stage 4, above the aspects level, safe, comfortable, inclusive, and enjoyable. Student-centered, self-reflection-based program planning and budgeting. Next, teacher reflection and teaching improvement accord. And the last, teacher and school principal conduct scanning. Next page is research approach, qualitative research. Research that aims to examine phenomena that occur with the use of natural setting, occur and use various data collection methods. Next, case study research. A research strategy that investigates thoroughly about an event, program, process, activity of group of individuals.
2 more minutes.
Thank you, moderator. Research result, leadership building, governance, quality of communication, teacher quality, and the last, problem solving, to learning outcomes, learning environment, teaching, self-reflection, and scaffoldings, to education quality improve, head and teacher competencies improve, school digitalization, and the last, catalyst for transformation, and the detail driving school model in accelerating school transformation. Problem solving, there is 1, the school has difficulty in adjusting to the new curriculum and regulation in every program activity implemented. 2, weak ability of teacher in utilizing IT. 3, teachers' limitation in developing teaching materials and learning methods. 4, principals are less able to encourage teachers to innovate in learning. Next, limited educational facilities and infrastructure. Next, students lack of readiness to receive learning, especially for grade 1 students. The last, parents are limited in providing learning assistance. Solution, 1, collaboration between principal and teacher to facilitate the implementation of the new curriculum. 2, providing assistance to teachers who do not understand IT with teachers who understand IT better. 3, organizing training and workshop for teachers, providing opportunities for teachers to attend trainings and providing assistance to teachers through evaluation and supervision. Next, holding monthly meetings to evaluate the performance of principal and teachers. Pursue the availability of funds to fulfill the needs of learning media and other learning facilities, conduct early learning transitions to familiarize students with the learning environment, and the last, pursue intensive communication with parents in an effort to assist students learning at home. Conclusion, the driving schools model in developing accelerated schools transformation in the partner schools has the main elements of leadership building, which is the driver power in the government system, improving the quality of communication, improving the quality of teacher and problem solving. These elements synergies with each other in improving the stage of transformation, which include learning outcomes above the expected level, a learning environment that increasingly safe, comfortable, inclusive, and enjoyable, student-oriented learning, program and budget planning based on self-reflection, teacher reflection and learning improvement, and scaffolding where principal and teacher actively develop learning communities. The synergy of element in improving the stage of school transformation leads to implementation of driving school, which are expected to accelerate school transformation, improve the quality of education, improve the competence of principal and teachers, implement digitalization in schools, and open opportunities to become schools catalyst for the schools. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Muhammad Saleh, yeah, and also Pak Ahmad Haryandi for the presentation. Now, I would like to invite the participation from the participants who would like to ask the questions, yeah, to the presenters. If you want to ask the question, you may raise your hand or you may type the question in the chat box, and then I will read it for the presenters. Is there any question? No? No question? Or maybe we can do what we call it, we can do the parallel one. I would like to invite the second, third, and fourth and fifth presenter, and then after that there will be question and answer after the fifth presenter. However, I would like to call again the presenters. Is Mr. Ruben P. Tolbo here in this Zoom? Florent, Mrs. Florenta P. Ibarra, Rosario F. Quicho, Leila, Colantes, Edwin Ibanez, Raifin. Is there any one of the speakers, one of the teams in the Zoom? No? How about Pak Eko Kuntarto and Pak Muhammad Saleh? Pak Muhammad Saleh, are you ready to do the presentation? How about Pak Sofyan, Pak Ahmad Habibi, Pak Robi Hendra, are you in the Zoom? How about Ibu Nova Linda, Ibu Neti Herawati, Pak Gandhi Wahyu Maulana Zulma? Is there any one of you in the Zoom? How about Gusri Putra Dodi? Are you in the Zoom? Ibu Evita Anggraini, Ibu Fitri Astriawati, and Pak Erik Sanjaya, are you in the Zoom?
Pak, saya telepon.
Pak Wawan Kurniawan, Ibu Neneng, Ibu Cicin Riantomi, Ibu Cicin Riantomi, I'm not sure. Are you in the Zoom? Prof. Kamit and the team? Ibu Eka, there is only Ibu Sri Purwa, Ibu Dr. Sri Purwaningsi. You
Yes, sir.
you have already chat, yeah, that you would like to do it online. Are you ready for the online presentation, Ibu?
Yes. I want to via Zoom, sir. But I don't have permission by admin. Why solution, sir?
Pak Haris, is it okay for Ibu Ibu Dr. Sri Purwaningsi to present it in a Zoom?
Yes.
She initially choose the offline, but she decided to do it online. Will it be okay, Pak Dr. Haris?
Yeah, I think that's okay. You can give permission for Dr. Sri Purwaningsi to present via online because she may have some reasons for not coming offline to the
Okay.
place.
Thank you
Okay?
very much.
I think that's
Thank
okay.
you very much. Okay.
Okay, Ibu, and then I will give you around 7 minutes for the presentation. Then I will remind you if it is 2 minutes left for the presentation. Ibu, time is yours to do the presentation.
Okay. Okay, give me. I want to presentation my research about the analysis wavelength, the helium neon laser using a diffraction grating. Research by Sri Purwaningsi, Hebat Indopala, Neneng Lestari, Yosi Hasana, and Di Versa. Introduction. The currently laser have widely used in various fields of industry, medicine, military, electronic, and other. Laser is a definition of light amplification by simulating emission of radiation. This object of research are one, the effect of using a diffraction grating for grating of 100 lin per millimeter, 300 line per millimeter, and 600 line per millimeter on the shape of the helium neon laser diffraction pattern. To calculate the helium neon laser length about probe diffraction pattern analysis using a diffraction grating with variation in clandestine and variation in distance between slides. 3. Comparing the helium neon laser wavelength obtained in this research with the helium neon laser wavelength that source using SWISS-BEL method. Tool and material are helium neon laser, linear polarized optical beam precision and ATC. Apparatus setting there are laser PC and layer. Then Rasul measure the distance of the brain petal to the center of the fraction petal. There are N, D, L, I1, I2, and I3. That display on the laser beam diffraction that you see a grated constanta, and n the same as 100 line and millimeters. A, L, they are in the picture E, B, C, and D. Then picture 3 display of the laser beam diffraction pattern using a graded constant and the same as 300 line and millimeters. There are E, B, and C. Then picture 4 diffraction view the helium neon laser light wavelength constanta and the same as 100 line and millimeters. They are E, B, then C. Table 2, the result of helium neon laser wavelength analysis. We have lambda apa nama itu rata-rata ya, lambda rata-rata dia, and another conclusion. One, the research result show the helium neon laser wavelength using a graded constanta. They are lambda 658 nanometers, 696 nanometers, and 731 nanometers. The helium neon laser wavelength obtained using a diffraction grating in this study is in accordance with the ratio measured using the AC lab instrument, where the helium neon laser wavelength is 644.44 nanometers. They are influenced and the diffraction fatal products by variation in distance between grating to the screen, usually between one grating constanta and another, the number of diffraction factors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Sri Purwaningsih, for presenting the paper. Now, as I told you, we will be having the parallel. I would like to invite maybe 3 or 4 presenters to present, and then after that, I will open the question and answer session. For the next, I would like to invite Dr. Ruben P. Quitolbo. I believe that he is in the Zoom already, and then Dr. Ruben will present a paper or maybe a research entitled Challenges and Resilience in Multicultural Teaching, Unpacking the Cultural Barriers Among Filipino Educators in Southeast Asia in Times of COVID-19 Pandemic. Without further ado, I would like to give the opportunity to Dr. Ruben P. Quitolbo to present the research within 7 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, so first and foremost, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Salamat datang to the all Indonesians, and magandang hapon for the Filipinos. So I am here how to share. Okay, about to share my screen. Allow me first. Where is my? Okay, is it visible now? Hello, is it visible now?
Yes, clearly.
Yes.
Okay,
Come
so
on,
thank you
you can
very
continue,
much.
Dr. Ruben.
We can see it
Okay.
clearly, yeah.
Okay, so first and foremost, let me introduce my name. I'm Dr. Ruben Kitalbo, and I'm the presently the acting dean of the School of Graduate Studies and the managing editor of JAMIT. So from the core Gateway College Incorporation, San Jose City, Nueva Ecija, Republic of the Philippines. So I was given the very short what do you call this? The very short time. So my topic is it is all about the challenges and resilience in multicultural teaching and packaging the cultural barriers among Filipino educators in Southeast Asia in times of coronavirus 2019 pandemic. So why I was very eager to study this when I was pursuing my PhD is that I have many struggles when the outbreak of coronavirus when the coronavirus outbreak I was also well, what I call this I was also struggling with many sources of income or it was all was canceled because of the coronavirus. So the given the objectives of this study it is all about describing the socio-economic demographic profile of the participant of this. This is a qualitative study and to describe the challenges of the Philippine educators in multicultural classroom instruction as to teaching interruptions, differentiated instructions, and instructional emphases. The third is to determine how teacher behavior in classroom and teacher efficacy beliefs contribute to teachers' resiliency in a multicultural classroom instruction. And the last one is describing the resilience practices of teachers in a multicultural classroom. Okay, so the methodology that was used in the study was the site, the location was it was conducted in Manila, Manila, Philippines during the second semester of academic year 2021-2022, while actual interviews were held online. To continue. So the participants of this study are the 10 Filipino teachers from different states of Southeast Asia. So namely, we have Thailand, Kingdom of Laos, Singapore, Brunei Darussalam, Vietnam, Philippines, Cambodia, Indonesia, and Malaysia. East Timor was excluded from the study despite being part of Southeast Asia because it is not a member of ASEAN, though it has close economic ties with the other ASEAN countries, particularly Indonesia, Singapore, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. Myanmar was consequently discontinued because of the country's current volatile and repressive political situation. That time, we was forbidden to conduct an interview with the Filipino educators there because of the political situation. Okay, so the methodology that was used in this study was the criteria is 3 years in teaching and teaching overseas, living overseas for at least 3 years. Okay, these are the states or the country's name. Okay, I guess you know because one of the participant is from Indonesia, Mefalawang University, tertiary, Kitisak International School. It is from Laos, and Singapore from my prep school. Engaged Minds Learning International School from Brunei, University of Economics Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, International School of Business, TIP from the Philippines. Then Asian Hope International from Cambodia, and we have here the Sekolah Pelita Harapan from Indonesia and Southern University College from Malaysia. So the instrument that was used in this study was qualitative, also more on interviews, script, and semi-structured interview were employed to the respondents to the 9 participants. Okay, this is in single, often open-ended questions. Then okay, then the data gathering is okay. The respondents were given 30 minutes to respond to the questions, and yeah, there is there was an interview. The respondents were interviewed. They were also in. Interviewed, and the conversation was recorded with the permission of the participants. Okay, and then yes, for 7 minutes. So the data analysis that well, we transcribed after the interview. It was transcribed, it was coded, and it was the study was also in what they call this after recording, after the video presentation, that it was transcribed into English, because there are some respondents that they use Tagalog in responding the what they call this the questions. Okay, for the results. Okay, so there is for the first, let me I still have time, so I still have to go to mention about the demographic information of the what they call this, the participants. So the one is from Indonesia, so female, then graduate from Shanghai International Studies, then obtained the bachelor's degree in tourism business, tourism development, then have gained her master's degree. Okay, what they call this, the experience was teaching in international Christian school in Sekolah Pelita Harapan, Jakarta, Indonesia. So these are the demographic information of the respondents from Indonesia. We have also from Vietnam, and we have also from Malaysia, Thailand. Okay, Laos. I will not read anymore about their profiles, because I was only given 7 minutes. So Cambodia, Brunei. Okay, so there are also in the Singapore. So we
1 minute, Bapak Ibu, in the Zoom room. We have technical.
1 more minute. Okay, so yes. Okay, so about the struggles about the Filipino educator in Thailand. So she mentioned that okay, so different from other struggles. So for the struggles of the Filipino educator in teaching in Indonesia, according to her, for this position, for my current position, I have teaching partner. I feel like we have a fairly decent load. It is a little bit overwhelming due to COVID, due to the students getting sick or teachers getting sick, as having some it's in the reality of being a teacher in the pandemic. So this is about the struggle of the respondent number 1. Okay, for now respondent number 2. Okay, this is the I have to go. Okay, this is the struggle of Filipino number 2. It is in Vietnam. Then I will just go with the importance, which is about the important one, which is the narrative of the respondents. So they said here that I will just summarize. Sorry for the given time, because here is we have 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. So now I can see that there are some. So in sum up, the Filipino educators, they have different struggles in this different experience, because some of the respondents, they have struggled because the Filipino in Thailand, if there is no work, no pay, so they were not provided the visa, the what they call this, the accommodation. So they struggle a lot. And for the other participants, okay, everything was provided except that they were not allowed to go out of this institution. So there was restriction. So they have different struggles. So to sum up, it says here that the recommendation of my topic is that teaching in abroad is not an easy task. You need also to embrace their culture, especially their language, especially their what they call this, their way of living. So in times of pandemic, they have struggled in the sense that yeah, except for visa, except for the accommodation, they have also problems about food. Not the same in Singapore that they provided the what they call this, we call it in Tagalog ayuda, but they have to provide by themselves. So one of the Filipino educators, they have according to him, they need to eat only one meal a day. So that was they have many struggles. So for the recommendation of this study, sorry if I'm extending my time. Okay, so anyway, I will just go with the importance. So the recommendation that was given here is that well, they have many implications in that okay, I will just find here. So the findings of the study for emphasize that teacher migration is a global phenomenon, and along with movement were inevitable interactions with the learners from different cultures. So of course, it also important that if, for instance, you're working in abroad or a teacher in abroad, especially in Southeast Asia, you should also know how to learn their culture, in the sense that some Filipinos, they don't eat well, exotic foods that's like in Thailand, but in times of pandemic they have learned to eat those exotic foods. Exactly. Also with that, but the most important, the most they are very affected is about the visa, because some of them, they already expired their visa, and they were struggling because they needed to go out with the country for the re-entry and for the extension of visa, of which the time all the borders, the neighboring countries were closed. So that's why some of them, okay, they almost lost their hope that they can extend their visa. So that was their problems. That was the big struggle of the Filipinos working abroad. It's good in Indonesia. Well, I'm not promoting the Indonesia, but they provided a good. They treat the Filipino teacher there as Indonesian teacher, that they also share their what they call this, their food, and they also they show the what they call this, the visa, which is the very heavy or very unhealthy on the part of the Filipinos. If you have no visa, you are not and you have no working permit. That is the important, that you will be in trouble if you don't have these two requirements. It is about working visa, at the same time the working permit. Okay, so that's the end of my so that, because I was only given 7 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruben. Yeah, you extend your presentation up to 15 minutes, I think. Yeah,
okay,
but
sorry,
that is fine.
sorry.
I would like to thank you very much. Now I would like to invite the next presenter. I told you we will be having 5 presenter first, and then after that there will be question and answer session. I would like to invite Pak Eko Kuntarto, are you there?
Saya di sini sebagai tim pembantu lapangan dari Pak Eko akan mempresentasikan PowerPoint milik Pak Eko.
Okay, Bapak, you only have 7 minutes to present, Bapak. Please do the presentation. Okay.
Indonesia gitu. Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada moderator telah memberi saya kesempatan. Di sini saya akan mempresentasikan hasil penelitian dari Bapak Eko yang berjudul Implementasi E-Learning Adaptif dalam Perkuliahan Merdeka Belajar. Yang pertama, yaitu ada konsep definisi e-learning. E-learning adalah sebuah platform di mana kita bisa mengirim materi pembelajaran kepada siapapun, dimanapun, dan kapanpun dengan menggunakan teknologi informasi dalam lingkungan pembelajaran yang terbuka, fleksibel, dan terdistribusi. Terbuka dan fleksibel merujuk pada kebebasan peserta didik dalam hal waktu, tempat, kecepatan, isi materi, gaya belajar, jenis evaluasi, belajar, kolaborasi, atau mandiri. Konsep e-learning menggunakan pemanfaatan teknologi komputer dan web internet dalam proses belajar mengajar, di mana guru dan siswa tidak terpisah, tidak dalam satu tempat atau terpisah. Selanjutnya itu dalam konsep learning meliputi 3 aspek, yaitu computer based learning, web based learning, dan virtual classroom. Dalam e-learning terdapat 2 mode, yaitu mode sinkronus dan asinkronus. Mode sinkronus yaitu yang mana proses pembelajaran berlangsung dalam waktu yang sama, real time, sementara guru dan siswa terpisah. Yaitu contohnya belajar dari radio atau video live streaming secara live, atau bisa juga mengikuti audio atau video conference, atau kuliah atau ceramah online. Sedangkan asinkronus learning yaitu dosen atau guru menyiapkan materi pembelajaran sebelum kuliah atau kelas berlangsung. Mahasiswa bebas menentukan kapan mereka akan mempelajari materi. Contohnya itu belajar mandiri melalui internet atau multimedia pembelajaran, belajar dari rekaman video, mempelajari Q&A, mempelajari atau membaca bahan ajar di web atau dari email. Aktivitas dalam e-learning. Aktivitas dalam e-learning yaitu yang pertama, e-learning yang berkualitas tidak saja harus membuat bahan ajar yang baik, tetapi juga harus dilengkapi dengan berbagai aktivitas yang membuat peserta didik senang dan menikmati pembelajaran online. Yang kedua, berbagai aktivitas perlu dirancang dalam e-learning sehingga dapat mendorong siswa menjadi aktif, interaktif, kolaboratif, dan tetap termotivasi dalam lingkungan pembelajaran online. Selanjutnya itu e-learning yang efektif. Dalam e-learning yang efektif terdapat desain dengan konten dan aktivitas untuk mencapai tujuan tertentu. Atau bisa juga dengan menggunakan pendekatan active learning dan student center learning. Yang tiga, itu dibuat agar pengalaman belajar mudah untuk dicapai. Yang empat, itu mengembangkan struktur dan konten untuk berbagai gaya belajar. Yang kelima, yaitu kontennya berbasis multimedia. Selanjutnya ada adaptive e-learning. Adaptive e-learning merupakan e-learning yang mampu menyajikan pembelajaran sesuai dengan karakteristik mahasiswa, yaitu sesuai dengan pengetahuan, gaya belajar, dan latar belakang. Dalam adaptive e-learning terdapat 3 komponen, yaitu domain model, user model, dan adoption model. Selanjutnya itu ada implementasi adaptive e-learning. Implementasi di Bismart itu terdapat 3 modul assessment, quiz, resource, 4 blok adaptif, dan 1 format halaman course. Variasi adaptasi, global visual, GNV, global auditory, GNA, dan global kinesthetic, GNK. Sequential visual, SV, sequential auditory, SE, dan sequential kinesthetic, SK. Setiap variasi ini memerlukan keterampilan materi yang berbeda.
2 menit lagi ya, Mas. Ya, oke.
Metode diawali dengan pengembangan model dan memperlihatkan pemberian gaya belajar individual Carlin berbasis model FAK, kuesioner yang diidentifikasi dengan kecenderungan gaya belajar, visual, auditory, dan kinestetik. Aplikasi e-learning divalidasi oleh ahli, materi, dan media. Selanjutnya diuji cobakan kepada 130 responden peserta MK pembelajaran Bahasa Indonesia di SD. Diadakan pretest dan post-test untuk mengukur hasil belajar. Hasil dari diskusi, validitas e-learning adaptif yang dikembangkan dalam kategori tinggi yaitu lebih dari 0,650 model belajar tergolong valid. Dua, reliabilitas e-learning adaptif dikembangkan tinggi untuk responden yang ditetapkan. Daya beda 0,810 untuk semua varian yang diuji. Yang ketiga itu dari hasil validasi ahli aspek tampilan dan kemudahan e-learning yang dapat dikembangkan dinilai sangat baik. Langsung ke kesimpulan, e-learning adaptif terbukti dapat menyajikan materi pembelajaran sesuai dengan tingkat pengetahuan dan gaya belajar sehingga pembelajaran menjadi lebih efektif. Model e-learning adaptif digunakan untuk berdasarkan asumsi bahwa manusia adalah individu yang berbeda. Oleh karena itu, kemampuan seseorang dalam memahami dan mengolah informasi juga berbeda. Pengetahuan individu akan diperoleh berdasarkan cara penyerapan yang berbeda-beda dan gaya sumber interaksi antara indera manusia dan sumber pengetahuan yang berbeda-beda. Selanjutnya itu penggunaan model pembelajaran yang sesuai dengan karakteristik individual dapat membawa manfaat proses dan hasil belajar menjadi lebih cepat dan efektif. Yang terakhir yaitu implementasi Carlen diharapkan dapat menjadi model baru penerapan e-learning di perguruan tinggi. Dengan demikian dosen dan mahasiswa memiliki banyak pilihan model dan pembelajaran elektronik. Mungkin sekian dari saya kembalikan ke moderator. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Pak Irgianto Sulistiawan. Yeah, I would like to remind again there will be one more presenter after Pak Irgianto, and then we will open question and answer session. And then if you have a question, if you do not want to ask the question in person, you can also drop a question in the chat box, and then I will read it for the presenter. Now I would like to invite the next presenter, Pak Sofyan, with their and the team actually with the title Pengembangan Media Film Pendek Berbasis Budaya Lokal dalam Proyek Penguatan Profil Pelajar Pancasila dalam Implementasi Kurikulum Merdeka. Pak Sofyan, without further ado, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mufkas Sabrar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Promise ingin mempresentasikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Thank you Mr. Haris yang sudah hadir dalam Zoom ini. Saya ingin mempresentasikan apa yang menjadi concern kami bersama tim. Izinkan saya mewakili dari teman pengembang ya, dari 3 orang peneliti dalam riset yang kami lakukan. Pertama saya sendiri, Sofyan, kemudian ada Pak Ahmad Habibi, serta Pak Robi Hendra. Nah, setidaknya kenapa kami mengambil topik ini dalam riset saat ini, setidaknya ada beberapa alasan jadi background dalam riset kami. Yang pertama itu perkembangan digital pendidikan, kemudian ada tuntutan pembelajaran abad 21 dengan beberapa concern yang kita kenal dengan FATC, kemudian ada profil pelajar Pancasila dalam kurikulum Merdeka, kurikulum yang sudah diimplementasikan sejak April tahun 2022, kemudian film sebagai sumber belajar dan film pendek dokumenter kearifan lokal yang kami kembangkan. Nah, perkembangan digital tidak bisa kita elakkan lagi, bahwasanya dunia sudah mengglobal, termasuk dalam praktik pendidikan dan pembelajaran, semuanya harus terkoneksi, semua orang harus terhubung dalam rangka beradaptasi dan berkolaborasi dalam pembelajaran di era digital. Tuntutan-tuntutan seperti critical thinking, kreativitas, kemudian kemampuan komunikasi serta berkolaborasi dengan berbagai aspek komponen itu tidak juga bisa kita elakkan. Maka pilihannya kita harus beradaptasi dan berkembang, termasuk dalam bagaimana pelajar-pelajar Indonesia itu mencerminkan pola kehidupannya dengan nilai-nilai pelajar Pancasila, sebagaimana yang ada dalam kurikulum Merdeka itu tentang peningkatan spiritualisme, ketakwaan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, kritik, bergotong royong, kemudian kebinekaan global, critical thinking, mandiri, dan bergotong royong. Nah, film di era digital bukan sesuatu hal yang baru, tapi sesuatu yang harusnya bisa dimanfaatkan. Atas dasar itu, maka penting kita untuk mengembangkan film dalam bentuk film dokumenter, film pendek dokumenter, yang kontennya tentang berbasis kearifan lokal, budaya, dan sejarah tentunya. Beberapa teori yang mendasari riset dan pengembangan ini, pertama teori konstruktivistik yang disampaikan atau yang dipopulerkan oleh Viazzi dan Vygotsky, menjadi teori dasar dalam pengembangan riset dan pengembangan ini, karena di situ diberikan kesempatan kepada peserta didik atau siswa sebagai orang yang belajar, student yang dibelajarkan, yang berpusat kepada mereka dalam mengkonstruk pengetahuan, pemahaman, sikap dan keterampilan yang dimiliki. Kemudian teori konektivistik dari George Simmons, ini merupakan teori yang baru berkembang sejak tahun 2004 atas adaptasi dari perkembangan digital, karena intinya teori ini orang harus terkoneksi, terhubung dalam era digital dalam proses pembelajaran. Dan yang ketiga, teori yang mendasari riset ini adalah teori multimedia dan kognitif dari Richard Mayer, tentang bagaimana multimedia itu berperan penting dalam pembentukan kognitif bagi pembelajar. Ini model pengembangan R&D yang digunakan dalam riset ini. Kita menggunakan model inti itu adalah model Leiden-Owen. Kenapa model Leiden-Owen? Adalah model ini orientasinya produk yang fokus pada pengembangan multimedia. Nah, film merupakan salah satu produk multimedia yang memiliki banyak sekali karakter yang bisa digunakan dalam rangka pembentukan kognitif peserta didik. Setidaknya ada beberapa langkah yang menjadi langkah wajib dalam pelaksanaan pengembangan ini, mulai dari analisis, kemudian desain, kemudian development, implementasi, dan evaluasi. Tetapi kita melihat bahwasanya karena penelitian pengembangan ini diarahkan untuk dua fase pengembangan dan nanti diakhiri dengan fase untuk uji efektivitas di tahun berikutnya. Pada tahap ini kita sampai melakukan implementasi alpha test dan beta test yang kita ambil dari model evaluasi Vaughan, ya kan, dengan ongoing evaluation. Karena kita melihat di model Leiden-Owen ini keterbatasannya tidak adanya ongoing evaluation, maka kita memutuskan untuk memodifikasi, mengkolaborasikan dua model ini sehingga apa yang menjadi keterbatasan dari model Leiden-Owen bisa kita atasi di model Vaughan dengan adanya alpha test dan beta test. Alpha test merupakan uji ahli yang melibatkan 3 ahli teknologi pendidikan, kemudian ahli materi, dan media pembelajaran atau media pendidikan. Sedangkan beta test merupakan uji lapangan yang karakteristiknya adalah siswa SMA. Kita ambil siswa SMA Negeri 3 Kota Jambi yang mencerminkan pengguna akhir dari produk pengembangan. Hasil dari alpha test, thank you. Hasil alpha test merekomendasikan bahwa media ini layak untuk diteruskan karena ketiga ahli menyatakan pada rentang media yang kita kembangkan dalam konteks ini film adalah artinya memiliki kualitas untuk dijadikan sebagai sumber belajar. Sedangkan respon dari beta test itu 83,31%, subjek menyatakan media film dokumenter untuk pelajaran profil pelajar Pancasila ini praktis, relevan, dan mudah untuk digunakan dengan jumlah subjek 36. Nah, ini kesimpulannya, hasil alpha test produk pengembangan layak dilanjutkan untuk proses uji coba, sedangkan beta test bosnya media film dokumenter berbasis kearifan lokal dalam implementasi kurikulum merdeka dapat dijadikan sebagai sumber belajar. Demikian, Mr. Mokhlas, thank you. Mudah-mudahan bermanfaat kita semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I would like to announce that for the next presenters, please present in English because this is an international conference, yeah, and then I hope you are committed to do the presentation in English. Well, I would like to open the session for question and answer because there have been 5 presenters presenting their papers. Is there any question related to the material or the article or the explanation given by the presenters? Maybe for Dr. Ruben P. Quitolbo, is there any recommendation for the next researcher who would like to have the similar research with your research? Dr. Ruben? Is Dr. Ruben here in the Zoom? There is actually one question. Yeah. Is there any recommendation for the next researcher would like to conduct a similar research? But maybe yes. Dr. Ruben, you may answer the question, please.
Yes, what is that? Sorry, I was I have my the researcher. Yes, what is it all about? What was the hanging question?
Yeah. The question is there any recommendation for a further researcher who would like to conduct a similar research with your research?
Yeah, the recommendation is that before you well, not only Filipinos but all the other nationalities, that if for instance you plan to work abroad, first and foremost you have to learn the culture, especially the language. And it says there that if you it says that if you are in Rome, do what the Romans do. So number one is the very important is that you have to learn how the culture, especially their superstitious beliefs, and especially the food, because just like in when the pandemic occurred, Filipinos, they were in a struggle in the sense that they cannot what do you call this, embrace to eat exotic food, just like just like eating what they call this monitor lizard. So Filipinos, they are not at use with that, especially with those kind of plants, just like coriander, what they call this, the pomelo leaves. So I think before moving and working abroad, you should have the thorough knowledge on how to please, not only that to please, but also to embrace their superstitious beliefs, that you don't compare your religious practices, you don't compare your what kind of food. So just embrace, so that just like what the Filipinos experience, that aside from struggling from visa, which is the requirements, a working permit, they're also struggling embracing the foods that the Thai community can offer to them. So that's the recommendation that was mentioned in the study, that they first and foremost they have the thorough knowledge about their culture.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ruben. Now, is there any question from other participants? If there isn't any question from other participants, that we move on to the next parallel presenters. I would like to invite the next presenter, Ibu Nova Linda, Ibu Neti Herawati, and also Gandhi Wahyu Maulana Zulma to present the paper. Are the presenters in the Zoom? Okay, Ibu Novalinda, you have 7 minutes, and then please speak in English when you present the materials or when you present your papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Introduce, my name is Napolita, majoring in accounting at University. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. I will present the result of my research at the influence of internal audit factor on increasing the reliability of the internal control structure at PDIM Jambi City. Background: Indonesia is the largest archipelago in the world, but its water is prone to pollution. One of the companies engines in the clean water sector is PDIM. Jambi City is one of the cities that use PDIM service and more familiar to know what PDIM Kutamayang. Based on that, from the 2000 annual survey of clean water components by the Great Statistic Agency.
Satu online-nya.
It shows that the distribution of clean water among the community is very high.
Oh,
Isu the number one level of water
sudah keluar dari breakout.
One of which of caused by leaks in the pipes.
Okay.
Service conference that has not been maximized due to non-optimal service hours. And three, water distribution is not maximal because there are several where water distribution is not 2004 hours, and for the maintenance side of people who still units groundwater. Phenomena with such a high level of water distribution among the community, there is a need for internal control to avoid loss for the PDIM and the community. Problem formulation, number one, how does independence, how does the scope of work, how does the implementation of its inspection activities, and how does the management of the internal audit section of the internal control structure in the company. Research objective. Number one, the find out of independence affect the increase in the reliability of the internal control structure in the company. The effect of professional expertise, the scope of activity affect the increase in the reliability. The implementation of inspection activities affect the improvement, and to find out of the management of the internal audit section affect the improvement of the reliability of the internal control structure in the company. Research benefit. Number one, theoretical benefit. This research is expected to be utilized by academic and research and additional reference in the part of accounting, especially in the field of audit. Practical benefit. Number one, for internal companies, two for university, and three for research. Theoretical foundation. This theory explains how individuals understand a person's reaction to the event, the occurred around them. By now, the factor that become their reason for acting and behaving on this event experience. The theory explains that there are behaviors related to individual attitude and characteristics by Lutans. Audit internal according to Harry, internal examination is a research function that is really developing with the organization to test and evaluate activities as a form of service to the company's organization. Internal control structure, according to Scandal and Foster, internal control is the influence of the board of directors, management entities, and other persons on the process The occurs as quarters in company goals, but relate to operation, reporting, and compliance. Previous research by Farizal et al. Inspection quality has a significant effect on the effective of internal
You have
control.
2 minutes.
Baik. The of research data dari data type quantitative data source, number one primary data, two secondary data. Population and sample. Data collection method, we have step by step. Step number one, descriptive analysis. Next, step two, sample as analysis. Sorry. Okay, analysis method, we have step by step. Step number one, descriptive analysis. Next step two, sample as analysis. From the sample as analysis, we have two model, outer model and inner model. Component in outer model. Number one is convergent validity, two discriminant validity, and preconceived reliability. And component in the model, S-score, Q-score, S-score, and PET coefficient, and the last step in hypothesis testing. Result and discussion. The convergent validity indicator are said to be reliable if the correlation value.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. Hypothesis testing dari bootstrapping calculation research. Hypothesis first hypothesis is accepted. Second hypothesis is accepted. Third hypothesis is rejected. Fourth hypothesis is rejected, and fifth hypothesis is accepted. In this question, the finding of the study indication improperly the independence has a significant effect on the reliability of the internal control structure. The finding of the study included empirically that professional expertise affect and the reliability of the internal control structure. However, how expertise will be able to produce quality audit. Professional expertise itself is obtained from education and training. Three, the result of this study prove empirically that the scope of work has an effect on the reliability of the internal control structure. The more internal auditor can independently and evaluate activity reaching the scope of the assessment. This can contribution to improve the internal control structure. The result of the study prove empirically that the implementation of infection activities has no effect. No, the reliability of the internal control structure is not in the accordance with the theory of attribution, which states that planning, evaluation, and testing. And five, the result of the study in this site empirically that the management of the internal audit section affect the reliability of the internal control structure attribution theory that the carrying out the management employees are expected to be able to carry out in accordance with the standard of the infection professional, which can fulfill objective and can be accepted by superiors. And advice, academic assessment.
I think that's enough.
And advice, academic.
Okay, the time is up. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Academic science. It is hard that further research can use a wider sample by adding several companies agents in the same files. Future data collection methods are carried out with more in-depth observation, such as conduction interview with the company's internal audit. For PDM terutama yang it is advisable to enforce strict section if there are things that can make the company experience loss and how problems for the company. And practice advice for PDM terutama young employees to further mention the quality of internal inspection by attending training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and then I would like to welcome Pak Gusri Putra Dodi to present the paper. And please okay, and please present in English and within the time 7 minutes, Pak Gusri Putra Dodi, because we have limited time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Abrar. I think I want to present my article, maybe in Indonesian, please, because wait a minute. So in article, hello, test.
Yeah, please. Do you have any PowerPoint to share, Pak Gusri Putra Dodi?
I don't have PowerPoint, Mr. Abrar.
Okay, you may explain it. Okay.
I explain it with PDF format in Word. Yes. Yes.
Yes, Pak Gusri Putra Dodi, please.
In simple term, money laundering is an effort mode to disguise or make unclear hot or dirty money. Money laundering originating from illegal practice, sex as corruption, trafficking of women and children, terrorism, bribery, smuggling, selling illegal drugs, gambling, prostitution, banking crimes, and other unhealthy practice. The term money laundering denotes the process carried out by criminal to encourage the true origin of the products obtained from criminal activity and to make their money appear to be clean money or legitimate income. A good law must be able to become a social engineering tool that is able to create or change bad or unfavorable situation to a better one, so that society will increasingly feel the benefit of the law. So what is meant by the term of law is a tool of social engineering is not just a theory as written by Roscoe. If you want to pay the special attention to the development of law in Indonesia, you can also see it from the law created by the government. The development of this legislation can be seen from three government periodization, namely all other government, new order government and post-reformation government. One of the regulation that has generated a lot of content and controversy in the regulation of the eradication and prevention of money laundering crime is the provision of Article 69 of Law Number 8 of 2010. As for Article 69 of Law Number 8 of 2010 states, in order to carry out investigation, settlement, and examination in court regarding to the crime of money laundering, it is not necessary to prove the original crime first. Many practitioners and academics don't agree with the application of this article because, according to them, if an investigation and prosecution is to be carried out in court, it is mandatory that the predicate crime, or what is better known as the initial crime, be proven first. The money laundering crime law adheres to the principle of double criminality, which the consider that the crime of money laundering is one of the cross-border crime or transnational crime. The affirmation of the adoption of the dual criminality principle is very important in relation to international cooperation in the field of eradicating money laundering crimes. So I think in the research, what is the legal politic of regulating the crime of money laundering in Indonesia, that justice be civil. Kegiatan money laundering atau tindak pidana pencucian uang
You have 2 minutes left, Pak Sri.
All right. The money laundering is the public enemy in the world now. Then Indonesian government very concerned to combating the money laundering to dan keseriusan pemerintah ini dalam memberantas money laundering atau tindak pidana pencucian uang ini diwujudkan dengan 3 kali bentuk perubahan undang-undang. Tapi dalam penelitian ini kita belum melihat adanya suatu keadilan karena ada ketentuan dalam pasal 69 maksudnya yang mengharuskan tindak pidana pencucian uang itu tanpa pembuktian tindak pidana asal.
Okay, I think time is up. Putra Dodi.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. For the next presenter, I would like to welcome Ibu Dr. Revita Anggraini to present the research. Ibu, please present in English and then within the time of 7 minutes. Time is yours, Ibu.
Terima kasih. I'm sorry I'm late because I was waiting in the Zoom break room earlier.
That's okay.
Okay. As good afternoon, all ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, I will present some of the result of my research I'm sorry, I'm open. I'm sorry, I'm share screen. My research, my title, integration of sustainable entrepreneur value in mini research projects MRP based on environmental learning and knowledge of ecosystem concepts on student environments problem solving skill. My team Evita Anggraini, Eric, Fitri Astriawati. Background of problem, environmental damage cause not right integrated with the environment. Two, environmental education is less exposed to real environmental problems. Three, less learner are trained to problem-solving skill about environmental problems. Next, solution of problem, learning environment that exposes student to real-life problem, developing of problem-solving skill, determine solution to problem. Next, a learning environment that integration of sustainable entrepreneur value and knowledge ecosystem. And at the end, mini research project in learning environment is a solution. And my research environmental learning based on mini research project in integrated value, sustainable entrepreneur, and knowledge of ecosystem concept on problem solving skill student. Next, formulation of the problem. One is an effect of integrated mini research project based learning on student problem solving skill. Two, are there any difference in the problem solving skill of student with high ecosystem knowledge who receive mini research problem, mini research project with project-based learning. Three, are there any differences in the problem-solving skill of students with low ecosystem knowledge who receive mini research project learning with project-based learning? Or is there any interaction MRP based learning environment and ecosystem knowledge? The next, to show a model for teaching and learning environmental education. Next, learning design for integration of sustainable entrepreneurship into collaborative project-based learning and mini research MRP indicator, sustainable entrepreneur, innovation-oriented, environmental protection, and social-oriented. And project-based learning start with the essential question, design a plan for project. This is a syntax project-based learning. Create a mentor, assess the outcome, evaluate. And mini research project in syntax centrality, driving question, constructive and autonomy and realism. Research methodology. This research methodology random factorial 2x2 design. And
Ibu, you have 2 minutes left, Ibu.
Biology students instrument observe sheet test and questionnaire documentation, analyze data analyze descriptive and inferential to use two-way ANOVA. Result. The show is the slide. Mini research project, ecosystem knowledge high and low, and then project-based learning, ecosystem knowledge and high and low, means problem solving. So that in slide. And next, conclusion, student problem solving and ability in environmental learning with the mini research project are higher than students problem solving skill using project-based learning, which is integrated with sustainable entrepreneur. There is no difference in problem-solving skill between students who have high and low ecosystem knowledge in environmental learning with the integrated sustainable entrepreneur mini research project. 3, the problem-solving skill of students who have high ecosystem knowledge are higher than students who have low ecosystem knowledge when learning with the project-based learning model, which is integrated with sustainable entrepreneur. 4, the problem-solving abilities of students who have high ecosystem knowledge are higher than students who have low ecosystem knowledge when learning with the project-based learning model, which is integrated with sustainable entrepreneur. 5, there is a difference in problem-solving abilities between students who have high and low ecosystem knowledge in environmental learning using the sustainable entrepreneur integrated project-based learning model. And the end, 6, without distinguishing between the environmental learning model used, it was found that the problem-solving abilities of students who had high ecosystem knowledge were higher than students who had low ecosystem knowledge. Thank you for attention. Save our art.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Evita, for the explanation. Next, I would like to welcome Pak Wawan Kurniawan, Ibu Nanang Lestari, and Ibu Cicin Riantomi, the presenter there.
Oke, terima kasih kepada moderator.
Ibu, the time is 7 minutes, and please in English. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. Saya mewakili Pak Wawan di sini. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, moderator, reviewer, dan Bapak Ibu presenter. I want to presentation about our research. I want to show the slide. Okay, the title our research is exploration of student understanding of direct current electricity concept based on essay test using a hybrid automatic scoring system. Okay, I want to slide show. Introduction. The main objectives of physics learning are improving mastery of concepts. To comprehend physics concepts, students need to know what they have understood and what they have not. This awareness is actually a component of metacognitive and is directly involved in accurately assessing the level of material comprehension. One of the test instruments used to obtain information about students' conceptual understanding is essay questions. Some research indicated that professors face difficulties in assessing student essay answers. They require a long time to evaluate student essay, and there are also consistency issue both among the same assessor and different assessors. Next, research objectives. The purpose of this research was to map the conceptual understanding of physics among students based on assessment results using a hybrid automatic scoring system. Then method. This research used a quantitative method. The research subject were 40 undergraduate students majoring in physics education at the Jambi University. Data collection was conducted through a test. Then the test instrument consisted of 3 essay questions. The data were analyzed using a rubric for assessing conceptual understanding in essay test, followed by a descriptive statistical analysis to classify students into categories of good conceptual understanding, partial understanding, specific misconception, lack of understanding, and no response. And the end, result and discussion based on graphic. The research results show that 21.9% of students were categorized as having good conceptual understanding. 40.6% of students had partial understanding. 7.4% were categorized as having specific misconception, and 28.2% of students did not understand the concept. Okay, thank you. My presentation. I say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu, your research. Now, I think Prof. Kamit mentioned that she's having another activity to do. She might not be able to join. I would like to invite the presenters and also the participants to ask the question to the last 4 presentation. Is there any question to the presenters? To Ibu Evita Anggraini, Ibu Nanang Lestari, Pak Gusri Putra, and also Ibu Novalinda. Is there any question? Can be done restorative justice. Apakah pencucian uang dapat dilakukan restoratif justice?
Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Khusus untuk tindak pidana pencucian uang itu tidak bisa dilakukan dengan sistem restoratif justice ya. Karena restoratif justice itu lebih ditekankan kepada tindak pidana yang bersifat ringan yang mendatangkan kerugian kepada orang-orang pribadi, Pak. Jadi kalau tindak pidana pencucian uang, karena ini termasuk ke dalam kejahatan extraordinary crime, maka dia tidak bisa dilakukan penyelesaian dengan sistem restoratif justice.
Okay, I hope Pak Oktirnebi, the one who asked the question, can get the point of the answer. So it's close to 3 p.m. I think because there are no more questions. This is the end of our session for today. As a moderator, I would like to say sorry if I have what we call it, done inappropriate thing or behavior, and also inappropriate words in leading this Zoom. Thank you very much for all the presenters and also participants who have been in this Zoom. And also thank you very much for Bapak Haris, Dr. Haris, and also all of the committee who have been working so hard to make this happen. Thank you very much. And then I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And then see you in the next USIC. Yeah. Okay,
Thank you,
Ibu.
sir.
Ibu Mas Biro, do you want to say something?
I would like to say thank you also, especially for the participant from the Philippines, Dr. Guitolbo, and also some of his students also join in this room, I think. Yeah. Hopefully next time you can come here, Doctor. Next time. And I also would like to say thank you to Pak Aap as the moderator and Pak Haris as moderator, and also Ibu Sri Purwaningsih, Pak Gusri, Bu Daumi. We have Ibu Rektor also here. Pak Eko Kuntarto, Bu Evita, and all of the presenter that I cannot spend the name one by one. Thank you so much, and inshallah we will close our seminar today around 4 o'clock, and please stay tuned, and we will announce the best presenter for each category later on. Okay, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dari pagi kita nungguin. Ya, banyak Ya. Kita sholat dulu imam sholat apa?
Meski aku cinta sejati di dalam cintaku. Sedalam samudra tak aku selami, setinggi langit di angkasa telah ku arungi. Sepanjang kehidupanku aku mencari sebentuk kelembutan hati, cinta sejati. Sudah segala penantian panjangku setelah temukan dirimu, duhai kekasihku. Hanya di hatimu akan ku labuhkan hidupku, karena kaulah cinta terakhirku. Berjuta kejora terangi gelap malamku, tetap tak seindah cahaya mata hatimu. Kini usai sudah segala penantian panjangku setelah temukan dirimu, duhai kekasihku. Hanya di hatimu akan ku labuhkan hidupku, karena kaulah cinta terakhirku. Kini usai sudah segala penantian panjangku setelah temukan dirimu, duhai kekasihku. Hanya di hatimu akan ku labuhkan hidupku, karena kaulah cinta terakhirku. Usai sudah segala penantian panjangku setelah temukan dirimu, duhai kekasihku. Hanya di hatimu akan ku labuhkan hidupku, karena kaulah cinta terakhirku. Tiba saatnya kita saling bicara tentang perasaan yang kian menyiksa, tentang rindu yang menggebu, tentang cinta yang tak terungkap. Sudah terlalu lama kita berdiam, tenggelam dalam gelisah yang tak teredam, memenuhi mimpi-mimpi malam kita. Duhai cintaku, sayangku, lepaskanlah perasaanmu, rindumu, seluruh cintamu. Dan kini hanya ada aku dan dirimu sesaat di keabadian. Jika sang waktu bisa kita hentikan, oh, dan sekarang mimpi-mimpi jadi kenyataan, meleburkan semua batas antara kau dan aku. Kita, duhai cintaku, sayangku, lepaskanlah perasaanmu, rindumu, seluruh cintamu. Dan kini hanya ada aku dan dirimu sesaat di keabadian. Duhai cintaku, sayangku, lepaskanlah perasaanmu, rindumu, seluruh cintamu. Duhai cintaku, sayangku, lepaskanlah perasaanmu, rindumu, seluruh cintamu. Dan kini hanya ada aku dan dirimu sesaat di keabadian. Kesunyian ini, lirikku bernyanyi, lagu indah untukmu. Aku bernyanyi, engkaulah cintaku, cinta dalam hidupku. Bersama rembulan, aku menangis mengenangmu. Engkau adalah penuntun hatiku, Engkau adalah mukir jiwaku, memberi kedamaian dan tak bisa ungkapkan kepadamu. Kutemukan seperti teduhan jiwa, ku dapatkan sebentuk kelembutan hati, menyentuh sekujur tubuhku yang pernah aku tahu, yang ku rasakan. Semoga aku masih bisa melewatkan masa separuh putaran bumi. Jalanku tak panjang, mungkin untuk bisa menuai waktu bersama dirimu. tanda asmara, kau lakukan hal gila yang tak bisa dijelaskan dengan kata, seperti diriku yang tak pernah bisa hentikan segala cintaku padamu. Meskipun ku tahu luahkan luka, aku tak peduli. Sesungguhnya semua cintaku tulus ku persembahkan untukmu, hingga saat ajal menjemputku. Tak pernah ku berharap darimu untuk membalas semua cintaku. Biarlah
bulan Oktober 2023 di SWISS-BEL Hotel Jambi.
First thing first, we would like to welcome the stakeholders, the representation of the media partner. We would like to welcome Mbak Wani to give some of the opening remarks.
Kami persilakan kepada media partner untuk bergabung bersama kami di sesi penyerahan pelajar dan sertifikat buat Mbak Wani. Tempat dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati Bapak-Bapak, Ibu-Ibu dari Universitas Jambi. Mohon maaf tidak ada persiapan karena mendadak sekali diminta memberikan sepatah dua patah kata. Saya dari TPRI Jambi mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Universitas Jambi, seluruh jajaran, Pak Rektor, termasuk Bu Umi dan Bapak Ibu, kita sudah menjalin kerjasama yang sangat baik selama ini, tidak hanya di S1, S2, semuanya. Dosen-dosen dari Unja sangat profesional sering juga kita undang sebagai narasumber kami di TVRI. Kemudian tidak hanya dosen, mahasiswa Unja juga kami menilai sangat berprestasi. Tadi saja jam 1 kita mengundang mahasiswa Unja dari Fakultas Peternakan. Mereka sudah mempunyai produk untuk obat bagi ternak, dan kami sebagai media juga mempunyai tugas untuk mempublikasikan tersebut. Jadi anak muda Jambi tidak hanya terkenal Jambi narkoba yang peringkat 4, tapi juga mahasiswa Jambi memiliki prestasi yang patut kita apresiasi di tingkat nasional. Mungkin itu saja yang dapat kami sampaikan. Terima kasih sekali lagi Bu Umi sebagai panitia dan Bapak Ibu semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to thank you to our media partner, Jambi, for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to announce the best speakers of the session, which is led by Ibu Dr. Eka.
Pembacaan surat keputusan penetapan best speaker pada the second Jambi Unja Small International Conference oleh Ibu Dr. Eka. Kepada Ibu, dan dapat dipersilakan.
Ya, baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bapak Ibu. Karena tidak ada yang online, maka saya menggunakan bahasa Inggris saja, bahasa Indonesia saja. Jadi saya ingin menyampaikan nama-nama the best presenter. Di antaranya ada 2 kategori, yaitu pengabdian. 1 orang best presenter, kemudian 3 orang best presenter untuk ranah research. Oke, baik, saya bacakan SK-nya. The best presenter, the second USIC 2023, nomor 028 dari USIC Unja dari 10 dari 2023. Berdasarkan hasil penilaian tim reviewer dan penilai terhadap presentasi para presenter oral, baik penelitian maupun pengabdian yang dilakukan pada the second Unja Smart International Conference yang diselenggarakan oleh Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi tahun 2023. Dengan ini memutuskan the best presenter sebagai berikut. 1. The best presenter untuk pengabdian kepada masyarakat ditujukan kepada, saya ganti judulnya dulu, Nutrition Education for Young Women to Prevent CED and Anemia at SMA 15 Jambi, go to Bapak Hendra Dermawan Sikandang. Langsung menunjukkan atau gimana ini? Langsung menunjukkan. Kepada Bapak Hendra, silakan come to the stage. Oke, kemudian lanjut kepada kategori research. Ini akan ada 3 best presenter. Untuk the best presenter, yang pertama adalah yaitu pada artikel yang berjudul Application of Trichotillomania as compound and organism ameliorant in inducing growth and yield of local Jambi varieties of red chili. Yaitu kepada presenter Prof. Elianti. Adakah Prof. Elianti? Atau ada yang mewakili? Silakan ke depan dengan nilai 3,9. Kita geser. Iya. Oke. Untuk the second best presenter, I have jatuh kepada artikel yang berjudul Motivation and Validation of the Skill of Sexual Deviance and Harassment SPSS through Rush Analysis to Support Counseling Services at Universitas Jambi dengan presenter Bapak Nyalia Hati. Mungkin nama ini udah terlalu sore karena presenternya udah pada pulang, tapi I hope ada presenter. Ada, oke, Anda sudah mewakili di sini. Terima kasih, silakan maju ke depan. And last but not least, I invite the third best presenter in research dengan judul artikel yaitu using five. Ini dibaca apa ini? Tier atau higher? Tier. Okay, instrument. Student conception of current and voltage in electric circuit with the presenter from Unja. Selamat kepada presenter terbaik di The Second USIC tahun 2023. Demikian atas perhatian dan kerjasamanya diucapkan terima kasih Direktur Pascasarjana Profesor Dr. Haryadi SDMMF and Head of Committee Dr. Kumingkalsum SKM MKN. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Untuk seterusnya kami kembalikan kepada MC.
Selamat kepada Bapak dan Ibu pemenang dari sebagai best presenter untuk dua kategori baik pengabdian maupun penelitian dalam the second Unja International Conference ke 2023 tahun 2023. Baik kepada Ibu Panitia mungkin Dr. Umi yang akan memberikan plakat kepada peserta presenter terbaik kita. Mungkin dari kategori pengabdian terlebih dahulu ya Bu.
Congratulations to all the winners with the category of community development and also business.
Oke, selamat kepada Pak Hendra yang telah memenangkan sebagai best presenter untuk kategori pengabdian dalam Second Unja International Conference 2023.
We will like to picture for a while.
Kita foto terlebih dahulu Ibu Dr. Umi dengan Pak Hendra. Oke, baik.
For the winner of the research category, we would like to welcome Bapak Farinti from the Organization of Universitas Jambi to give the award. Kami persilakan kepada Bapak Farinti memberikan plakat secara simbolis Pak kepada pemenang di kategori research.
Cuma mewakili aliansi ini. Ini bukan buat saya ya. Saya hanya mewakili kalian, mewakili
Selamat buat kepada pemenang. Kita sebagai best presenter pertama diwakili oleh Dr. Kumingkalsum.
Terima kasih kepada Pak Farinti. Berikutnya, silakan. Untuk pemenang kategori riset berikutnya, we will welcome the representation of our media partner, Dr. Jambi, Ibu Wani, boleh bergabung bersama kami.
berikutnya. Nah, ini juara dua. Nanti dulu.
Congratulations.
Oke, berikutnya adalah untuk pemenang kategori riset terbaik best presenter untuk kategori riset kita Yang ketiga jatuh kepada Bapak Prof. Maison, dan hal ini akan diberikan oleh dari video partner kita dari Jambi kepada Bapak, dipersilakan.
We would like to welcome the representation of Jambi to give the award to our best presenter in the category of research. Congratulations.
Oke, selamat kepada pemenang dari dua kategori, baik dari pengabdian dan juga perhatian. Untuk selanjutnya kita masuk ke sesi foto bersama pemenang Best Presenter dari The Second Unja International Conference 2023.
Kepada Bapak Pariti, Bu Bani, dan juga perwakilan media partner kami nih, termasuk KKI Jambi, Tribun Jambi, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk bergabung bersama kami untuk sesi foto bersama. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangannya ya Bapak Ibu ya, di kategori kemajuan masyarakat dan juga lingkungan. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Semoga nanti yang ada di ruangan ini akan menang di kategori USIC yang ketiga ya, Rizky ya. Tenang saja Bapak Ibu, saya ada yang 3.
Oke.
Alright, shall we move on?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now to the end of the event. We welcome the chairman of the committee for Unja Smart National Conference, the second Unja Smart International Conference 2023. Therefore, we would like to welcome Udo.
Oke, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagai rangkaian penutup konferensi kita, The Second Unja International Conference 2023, ini kan di sini kita akan ada laporan dari Ketua Panitia yang disampaikan langsung oleh Ibu Dr. Umi Kalsum, SKM MKM, kepada Dr. Umi. Waktu tepat, dipersilakan.
Baik, mungkin sebelum kita ke ketua panitia atau chairman of the committee ya, we would like also to express our appreciation to our external moderator. Jadi ada moderator eksternal yang juga ikut membantu kita dalam konferensi yang berjalan dari kemarin ya sampai dengan hari ini, yang akan diwakili oleh Ibu Pusar. Kepada Ibu diberikan apresiasi berupa pangkat kepada Ibu karena moderator eksternal. Kami persilakan untuk bergabung bersama kami, Pak.
Baik, kepada Ibu Sarah selaku sebagai moderator eksternal dari Epicentrum International Conference berhadir ke depan.
We would like to welcome the chairman of the committee, Ibu Dr. Umi.
Kita mengundang kepada Ketua Panitia kita, yaitu Dr. Umi Kalsum, untuk dapat memberikan pelajaran kepada moderator eksternal kita.
Foto session.
Oke, mari kita foto bersama.
Di Umi ini udah balik ya foto bersama dari tadi. Oke. Terima kasih moderator kami. Now, for sure, for real, we are going to close officially this event by the chairman of the committee untuk Ibu Dr. Umi. Kami persilakan for the closing remarks.
Sampai waktu akhirnya kita di sesi penutupan di mana akan disampaikan terkait dengan laporan dari Ketua Panitia terkait dengan kegiatan kita selama 2 hari ini, the second Unja Smart International Conference in 2023 kepada Dr. Umi Kalsum, SKM MKM. Waktu depan dipersilakan.
Lagi kayak dan semangat padahal ada baru pengumuman gitu ya antara lain itu langsung itu yang belum kedengaran seperti kita baik. Ini kalau ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang saya hormati Mas Farisi, karena ini kayaknya yang paling tinggi jabatannya ada Mas Farisi di sini sebagai kabak humas ya, Mas. Kemudian rekan-rekan panitia the second Unja Smart International Conference, Bapak Ibu presenter, partisipan, kemudian yang sangat saya banggakan mitra media kami dari TVRI Jambi dan juga Tribun Jambi, mungkin nanti ada rekan-rekan yang menyusul. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa. Kami pada sore hari ini kita sudah mampu menyelesaikan rangkaian kegiatan The Unja Smart International Conference yang kedua. Kami menyampaikan permohonan maaf dulu dari para pimpinan Pascasarjana, baik itu direktur, wakil direktur. Saat ini Bapak Direktur sedang menemani forum pimpinan Pascasarjana mengikuti kegiatan field trip. Kemudian para wadir juga sedang bertugas sehingga dimandatkan kepada saya tadi untuk menutup kegiatan ini. Jadi untuk itu kami mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas perhatian Bapak Ibu, kemudian partisipasi selama 2 hari ini. Semoga kegiatan ini dapat berkesinambungan dan memberikan manfaat sesuai dengan yang kita harapkan. Kita mungkin akan bertemu lagi dalam kegiatan berikutnya untuk International Conference itu pada tahun ganjil nanti 2025. Dan tahun depan kita akan melakukan nasional conference berupa seminar nasional interdisiplin Pascasarjana. Mudah-mudahan conference seminar yang dilakukan di Universitas Jambi umumnya, khususnya di program Pascasarjana dapat berkesinambungan dan semakin menambah semangat kita untuk melakukan pendidikan dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Saya selaku ketua panitia mohon maaf apabila dalam pelaksanaan kegiatan ini mulai dari persiapan pelaksanaan terdapat hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Seluruh panitia mengucapkan banyak maaf dan sekali lagi terima kasih atas partisipasi Bapak Ibu sekalian mengikuti kegiatan ini hingga akhir pada sore hari ini. Banyak kesalahan yang menjadi pembelajaran, mudah-mudahan dapat dilakukan evaluasi untuk aktivitas ke depannya menjadi lebih baik. Saya kira itu saja yang dapat saya sampaikan dengan mengucapkan Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Kegiatan the second Unja Smart International Conference tahun 2023 dengan resmi dinyatakan ditutup. Sekali lagi banyak maaf atas nama Pascasarjana dan juga komite menyampaikan sampai jumpa kembali pada aktivitas berikutnya. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. sebelum ditutup, kami undang Bapak Ketua Forum Kimpas DKS PTN Wilayah Barat. Ya, saya mau menyebutkan bahwa kolaborasi kegiatan ini adalah bersama Forum Pimpinan Pascasarjana DKS PTN Wilayah Barat. Sehingga mungkin kami undang sebelum ini berakhir sambutan dari Kepala Ketua Forum Kimpas DKS PTN Wilayah Barat. Kami undang Pak, silakan Prof. Hidayat. Soalnya tadi Kepala Forum Hidayat sudah kembali. Mohon maaf, tadi saya lihat ini satu rasa maksa ya, Pak, jadi rektor.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Terima kasih atas kerjasama yang bagus dari panitia konferensi dari Universitas Jambi dan Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi dan Forum Pimpinan Pascasarjana Wilayah Barat. Dan dalam hal ini kami juga mengundang dari wilayah tengah dan timur. Alhamdulillah sukses Bu Ana Bumi ya. Dari kita pada dari kemarin sampai hari ini. Jadi kami atas nama Forum Pimpinan Pascasarjana Wilayah Barat mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi peserta, pemakalah, moderator, dan keynote speaker yang telah memberikan kontribusinya. Berikut juga kepada Bapak Pimpinan Pascasarjana, Direktur Pascasarjana yang telah datang dan berkontribusi pada kegiatan ini. Begitu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf tadi kami ada kegiatan lain ya, dalam rangka komunitas juga. Karena ditutup ya kita selesaikan. Terima kasih. Mohon maaf jika ada kekurangan, kesalahan dan sebagainya. Sampai ketemu di kegiatan yang akan datang. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We thank you so much Ibu Dr. Umi dan Pak Hidayat, selaku Ketua dan Chairman of Forum Pimpinan Pascasarjana. We are going to invite Forum Pimpinan Pascasarjana represented by the Chairman, diwakili oleh Ketua dari Forum Pimpinan Pascasarjana, Prof. Prof boleh bergabung bersama kami. Akan diadakan sesi penyerahan plakat, Prof.
Penyerahan plakat pada Prof. dari panitia. Dalam hal ini akan diwakilkan oleh Dr. Inasi. Jadi kita akan bersama Bapak Ibu, baik. Oke, ini adalah penyerahan kedua dan belakang dari Universitas kepada Direktur Pascasarjana Universitas Jambi yang akan diberikan oleh perwakilan dari Universitas kepada Dr. Kasih. Baik, kita berikan tepuk tangan meriah buat kegiatan hari ini. Oke.
We still have some appreciation left. That's why we are going to kindly invite our media partners kepada RKI Jambi, Unja Smart TV dan juga Ibu Jambi boleh bergabung bersama kami. Akan diserahkan pemberian apresiasi berupa plakat. Kami undang bergabung bersama saja Ibu Dr. Eka.
Berikutnya adalah video ini membantu sponsorkan terkait the second International Conference in 2023 Baik, kita mohonkan juga kepada Ibu Dr. Eka untuk memberikan pelakon masing-masing baik kepada Ibu Jambi, Jambi Jambi, dan Unja Smart TV.
Tanpa media partner ini tidak terkira ini.
Belum seperti sana. Oke. Kita kasih temukan terlebih dahulu buat media partner yang pertama dari Jambi Jambi dan berikutnya kepada Ibu Jambi. Oke. Baik, tepuk tangan buat yang media partner kita yang kedua, Ibu Jambi, dan yang ketiga adalah untuk Unja Smart TV. Oke, beri tepukan meriah buat kegiatan pelakon kepada beberapa media partner yang turut serta dalam memberikan ataupun mensponsorkan terkait the second Unja Smart International Conference in 2023. Oke, kita foto kembali. Kita mengundang juga Bapak dan Ibu Dr. langsung untuk hadir di depan.
Jadi saya saking banyaknya tuh jadi ya, kayaknya MC pengen juga ada. Terima kasih kepada media partner kami, semoga apresiasi yang diberikan dapat berpesan dan mudah bisa berkolaborasi kembali ya dalam Epicentrum Conference ketiga.
Semoga dapat melakukan kerjasama kembali, Bu. Sekarang waktu yang musiknya ketiga.
That's right. Ya.
Oke.
Baik, Rizky, karena ini sudah di penghujung acara, jadi biar nikmat dan tandanya, alhamdulillah tadi seperti yang disebut oleh Prof. Hidayat, kita buka dengan doa, kita tutup juga acara kita dengan doa. Dan gentlemen, the next activities that we are going to have together is prayers led by Bapak Jangan Kasih. Pertemuan kami masih
kami persilakan untuk memberi doa untuk kita dalam Second Media Smart International Conference in 2023.
This is Mr. Jafar. Please, Mr. Iya. TikTok yang Minggu ada bagus.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu yang berada di ruangan ini, marilah kita bersama-sama memanjatkan doa sesuai dengan keyakinan kita masing-masing, dan izinkanlah saya membantu dengan tata cara Islam. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin hamdan na'im. Hamdan yuwafiqu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami. Hari ini kami telah melaksanakan kegiatan USIC 2 tahun 2023 dengan segala aktivitas yang berat, dan kami lalui dengan selamat serta ya Allah. Atas berkah dari beliau Allah, kami ucapkan Alhamdulillah ya Allah ya Tuhan kami. Berkailah segala aktivitas kami ini ya Allah. Jadikanlah pertemuan yang Engkau ridhoi dan menjadilah pahala yang berlipat ganda bagi kami. Ya Allah ya Tuhan kami, berikanlah kami keselamatan untuk pulang menuju rumah kami masing-masing hari ini ya Allah. Dan berkatilah ilmu-ilmu yang kami dapatkan hari ini ya Allah. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada Pak Jafar yang telah memimpin di dalam acara kegiatan penutup kita di segmen Unja Smart International Conference 2023. Berikutnya, kami mengundang Bapak dan Ibu untuk bergabung bersama kita untuk hadir ke depan dalam sesi foto bersama.
Kepada seluruh partisipan, panitia, media partners, dan juga Bapak Ibu stakeholder dari Unja Smart International Conference yang kedua. Mari kita bersama-sama bergabung ke dekat pentas untuk sesi foto bareng. Ini akan disuruh kalau semuanya ikut ya, Rizky ya, tapi kan sudah sore, jadi kita pengerti juga ya.
Ya, kolaborasi itu antara media dan juga peserta Ibu SN ya. Oke, Baik, kalau Bapak Ibu silakan. Ya, kita akan meng-capturing the precious moment kita dalam segmen Unja International Conference di 2023.
Silakan Bapak Ibu, mungkin yang tadi the best presenter itu bisa mewakili ya, menghalau yang lainnya. Ayo Bapak Ibu bergabung bersama kami, kita bakal foto bersama. Tenang aja, space-nya pasti muat untuk kita semua. Kepada panitia yang di luar ruangan mungkin bisa bergabung juga. Kepada semua panitia yang lagi di meja registrasi, kita bergabung sebentar untuk foto semua komite.
Dan Bapak dan Ibu yang mungkin berada di tempat ini mungkin bisa hadir ke depan. Bapak dan Ibu, Mas, baik. Silakan untuk maju ke depan terlebih dahulu. Iya, kita foto sesi bersama terlebih dahulu untuk menutup kegiatan acara kita ini. Oke.
Boleh ada yang di atas panggung ya?
Iya, formasinya ada di atas dan ada di bawah. Gitu, guys. Oke. Oke, silakan boleh beresin untuk
Ini masuk
ada yang panitia bergabung juga sama kita.
yang mungkin lagi sibuk di luar, mungkin bisa hadir ke dalam terlebih dahulu kita foto bersama. Kak, di rapat.
3, 2, 1, lagi 3, 2, 1. Bebas dekorasi. C ya. 3, 2, 1. Lagi 3, 2, 1.
Oke,
Tepuk tangan buat kita semuanya, dan saya sangat tertarik nih Bu Raisa karena dalam sesi komentar yang terakhir itu disimbolkan huruf C, artinya itu adalah collaboration. Ya, tanpa adanya collaboration antara pihak ini dan sebagainya, itu tidak akan berjalan dengan sukses ya. Oke, benar sekali.
Iya,
Benar.
ya, dan kita juga mohon maaf sebenarnya apabila ada salah kata, saya Risa.
Saya Rizky.
Kami ucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi Bapak Ibu dalam konferensi Unja Smart International Conference yang kedua.
Oke. See you in the Unja Smart International Conference.
Tadi udah ditinggal 3 jam. Lancar lah ya tapi kan hari ini. Minor lah ya.
Dari everyone dah.